Hello, everyone. My name is Adam English, blockchain entrepreneur and DeFi subject matter expert.
Javy? How's it going, Adam? I'm Javy Martinez. I am a director of events and CMO over at Camp, and we host startup events across the country. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes, I'd like to warmly welcome everyone for tuning into Glorium Technologies virtual summit titled Tech Startup Growth: How to Drive Startup Growth Using the Best Strategies and Tactics. We're in the middle of a fourth industrial revolution. We're seeing society being transformed in front of our eyes at this very moment between blockchain, between AR, VR, NFTs, metaverse. So what does this all mean in the scope of startups and how that will be molding the future? So we have a very impressive roster of guest speakers today, and we're going to get into the weeds of some very interesting topics for this summit.
Yeah, Adam, I agree with you. I'm super excited. This is one of my favorite topics. My background's in growth marketing, so I'm looking forward to kind of meeting some of these speakers and hearing some of their conversations and talks. They, like you said, they're very interesting topics, and I hope they can dive deep with our audience. If you don't mind, I'd love to ask everyone to put in the chat where they're calling in from and what you're working on. I'd love to kind of understand who we're chatting with and who's joining us.
Yeah, and that would absolutely be great. And I think what's particularly exciting about startups is that's where all the potential and promise starts. And, with every, you could say, epoch or era of tech, that is exactly where it starts. It starts with a group of people, a team, if you will, daring enough to really pursue their dreams, to make some serious changes, which is actually quite scary in the light of, kind of the immediate reality of things. So, that is, how we often get the Amazons and the Googles and Facebook, so Meta rather, of today. Being able to put yourself out there as a startup in charge, full steam ahead.
Yeah, I definitely, this is where one of those topics where a lot of, it's kind of glamorized right now, growth and just, a lot of focus on just massive scale, right? But I think a lot of people forget, to kind of go back to the basics of understanding, how to grow your startup and the S curve, that they always talk about. I think it's one of those things where, there's so many different ways to grow a company, and it's just like it doesn't work every way for everyone the same, right? The way that you acquire customers B2C versus B2B, right? Versus D2C, it's all different. The principles remain the same, but the strategies and tactics switch within the space that you're playing in.
Very well said. And moving forward, I'd like to warmly introduce to you all the co-founder and CEO of Glorium Technologies, Andrei, Kasyanau, and he will be delivering the introductory speech for today.
Yes. Hello, guys. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. So you hear me okay, right?
Absolutely.
Everything. Okay, this is great. All right. Yeah, so definitely happy to be here, happy to open up this and give a opening speech for this summit. And it's actually became almost a tradition for us as a company. I think we're organizing already, it's a fourth summit that our company is doing in a relatively short period of time, just over a year. So yeah, definitely good. Hopefully we'll get all the great content from all of our speakers over here. Just a couple of words about myself. I'm Andrei Kasyanau. I'm a CEO and co-founder of Glorium Technologies. And at Glorium, we focus and we specialize on helping the tech startups to achieve their growth and success with their products in the market. And we do it by providing quite a wide range of different services. And everything, starting from the product design and ideation to the product development. Actually, software development is our core service, but then also a different range of other services as well. That includes, of course, marketing and growth, as we call it, growth on demand, and project management, and help with certification and compliance, project management and QA engineering, DevOps, and a few other things. So then basically, how did we arrive actually to this summit, and what has preceded the summit? Just want to give a couple of words on this topic as well. So, as I mentioned, at Glorium, we do quite a lot of different, provide quite a lot of different services, all focused to the tech startups. And our activities recently picked up quite significantly in the area of marketing and growth on demand. And also, so we looked around at the economic situation and everything. As you see, we are now experiencing the economic downturn overall in the market. And in order to survive in this environment, basically you need intensified intensified marketing and growth activities. And we thought that maybe organizing this summit and providing all the valuable content that we can gather from all of our wonderful speakers, that it's going to be exactly on time, and it will help our clients, and not of our clients, all of other companies, all the other tech startups, to by consuming this content, by having this additional information, not only to survive this this downturn, but also to emerge as the winners on the other side. Okay, so obviously there are quite many other growth conferences around, and I enjoy visiting many of them and listening to what people say, and always exchange their opinion and receive and obtain all the new information. But I would say what I noticed quite a lot is that many of those conferences and events are very theoretical, and they're quite many of them are quite far from the practical topics. And what we hope to achieve from our summit is to achieve the down to earth, very practical and interesting and actionable information that we can get from our speakers, and especially all this information to be precisely timed to today's events at the market, so that all of our listeners, all of our participants can get the valuable and actionable advice. Also, many of those conferences are very broad in the nature and trying to focus on different target audience, whereas we as a company, and we're organizing this conference as well, on very narrowly on the tech startups. So this is where all the content is going to be targeted, and this is for whom we are very much planning to provide the actionable and helpful information. So tech startups is the focus, and hopefully you guys, if you're a tech startup, you'll benefit the most from the content that is provided on this summit. So just kind of also to set a stage for the summit, I really want to mention a few things that actually shaping the startup world right now, and those things and events that directly affect the growth and marketing teams at the moment. And I want to mention the external events and an external situation, just to kind of understand where we at right now. So first off, we all remember what happened in last year in 2021, and it is the absolutely record funding rounds that have happened during the last year for the startups. And over the course of 12 months in 2021, investors actually put roughly $330 billion into the startups across all stages. This is according to the Crunchbase data. It's the absolutely record amount. Those are like historical records that we saw last year. And all of this money actually that was poured last year but this money is being used right now by all of those startups in order to build and to grow their products, right? So, and never before in history we saw such a massive investment into the new technologies, into the growth, into the marketing, into the sales, and of course, after investors have provided such a massive, a massive investment into the startups, they have very high expectations after deploying those funds. So this is one very important thing. So even though the record investment happened last year, but the expectations and the usage of the funds is going on right now. So during this time, okay. And but as we know, this year the the things have changed. And after the record amounts of the and very heated up year 2021, we see a cool down 2022. So inflation is skyrocketing, financial markets are down. So the tech, I believe Nasdaq is down like roughly 30% from the beginning of the year, and startup valuations are down. Funding has slowed down significantly. But what's interesting, funding slowed down for the later stages of the funding. So for the seed, pre-seed, it's roughly not the same, but it didn't drop that significantly. And like in Europe, for example, funding is down almost twice. And VCs actually, they issue dire warnings to its founders to save the money and slow down the growth by prioritizing the cash reserves to survive a potentially prolonged market meltdown. So this is kind of, the situation has basically what I'm trying to say is the situation has turned quite significantly in absolutely different direction. We have to all understand what's happening. But at the same time, very interestingly, VCs don't have absolutely any trouble raising money for their funds at the moment. And according to some reports, the cash reserves for VCs are currently at the historically high levels. This is very interesting. So the spending by VCs, the investment has actually, the deployment of the funds has significantly slowed down, but the money is there. The money is sitting there, not deployed. Everyone is watching what's going to happen. Okay. And at the same time, the global technology spend is projected to grow. The rates of inflation, geopolitical disruption, and talent shortages, they're not expected to slow the IT investments. Worldwide IT spending is projected to total 4.4 trillion in 2022, an increase of 4% from 2021. That's according to Gartner. And software spending is expected to grow 9.8% to 675 billion in 2022. And IT services is forecast to grow by almost 7% to reach 1.3 trillion. And what's more, the numbers for 2023 are expected to be even higher. So this is also very interesting information. So all of this points out that there is indeed a room for doing business for the tech startups. There is a room for the growth. It's definitely not the time to, looking at this economic downturn and having your mind kind of blowing or panicking and saying, oh, I don't know, we're all gonna die. No, we're not gonna die. There is a room to grow. You just need to be there. There is a big competition for this money, for the markets, but there is room to grow. Okay. And another point that I want to mention in the external market conditions is that finally we have easing conditions with the labor shortages. And this labor shortage was especially felt in the tech industry, and finding the top talent was absolutely a nightmare. It still remains one of the biggest problems faced by the tech startups, but overall the conditions have improved. What it means, if you're a growth team, your marketing team, it means for your tech startup, you finally can take a little bit of a breather and maybe finally can find your for the money that you have, find the good candidates and the good skill set that you weren't able to obtain before. That's very important. So to sum up, the startups right now find themselves in the market where they get squeezed between the investors with very high expectations, increased business and management pressure to demonstrate the efficiency and output and results, and worsening market conditions, but still money being potentially available, not money, there is with still room to grow for the market, and for the VC money still being potentially available to those who will show that they're the best and they deserve them. So I wouldn't say that it's definitely not as favorable conditions as it was last year, but it's not a disaster. It does require much more dedication from you, much more work, and kind of proper action plan. But it's right now, I would say it's becoming a challenge to navigate this environment. Okay. So now moving on to the topic of what to expect from this summit. So what I want and what we wanted to show and to achieve by this summit is to provide the information that startup players really need without any generic topics, no high-level issues. All of our speakers are very, very practical people. They are the people who currently are there in the trenches that manage themselves or perform the growth and marketing activities by themselves and can give you the advice directly from those trenches, from the practical information that they possess. Okay. And what we also want to see and we expect to see is the focus on the challenges that are being relevant to the startup growth at this very moment of time. So not something that was kind of effective and for the timing of the past year, but like really something that can be actionable at this specific moment of time that we observe according to the conditions that I have described earlier. So, but if we talk about the growth and the topics that our speakers are about to touch upon, there are quite many of them. I urge you to take a look at the agenda, take a look at the speakers, who is going to present what, and find the topics that you will like the most. But I can say that the topic is, the list is very broad, and they focus on the mindset and strategy, on organic and non-organic growth, on the experimentation, on the use of the intent data, on building a revenue versus building a company's strategic value, on the tools and the tech stack to use for your growth, on the analytics and KPIs, how it can help you with achieving your results. So once again, you can take a look at the agenda, take a look at the schedule, figure out what is most interesting for you, and tune in and listen to our speakers. And I just want to also remind that all of our summits that are organized by our company, they are absolutely free, free for everyone to participate. We wanted to remove, and we still do want to remove, the commercial aspect from the organization of our events. Nobody has paid any money in order to participate or speak on this during this summit, and hopefully this is going to help us to be absolutely honest on all fronts and provide the proper information, very actionable, down to earth and practical information for our listeners and for our participants. Okay, so So I really I hope we're all gonna enjoy listening to our speakers sharing their valuable experience, make detailed and maybe precise outlook into the future, as well as explain all of the related things to the growth and marketing. And I'm really excited to hear what they have prepared. Okay, so let's begin. And over to you.
Thank you, Andrei. That was an excellent, wonderful introduction and very well said. And
Thank
just to
you.
throw in my 2 cents,
Sure.
I think much like warfare, the success of startups often depends on strategy and tactics. So strategy being the idea, tactics being the way to do it. So where's the starting point of that? It would be the landscape, so to say, whether literally in an actual war or figuratively as in business, especially here in Web3 tech. So some of the things in the landscape we have to keep in mind: inflation, hyperinflation, rather, as you mentioned, the needs and expectations of investors, venture capital firms, social media, presence. All these things are absolute, you could say, ingredients. And even though they're obstacles, but these obstacles are ultimately part of the solution to create kind of the overall successful startup company that's going to create a genuine product or service that is going to be enduring, lasting, and really provide great benefit, to a lot of people. So I'd like to pass the mic to Javy to introduce our next speaker, Naeem. So Javy, floor is yours.
Thanks, Adam. Welcome back, Andrei. Thank you for that introductory speech. That was awesome. This is my fourth event co-hosting this, and just keeps getting better and better. So thank you to Andrei and his team for putting this on. I want to introduce our first speaker, if he's here, McKee. He is the Vice President of Marketing and Growth, and he will be going over lean strategies, how today's marketing leaders deliver explosive growth through alignment, collaboration, and speed. I hope I pronounced that correct. How's it going today?
It's going pretty well. You got close. It's actually, my name is actually pronounced Naeem, but I completely
Naeem,
understand.
okay. I apologize for that. Thanks for the clarification.
No, it's perfectly fine. I answered anything that even, sounds like Naeem at this point. So you're good to go, my man.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Really looking forward to your presentation. Do you have it ready?
Yes, I'm up. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. So I will let you introduce yourself, and I will step back. And we are set to be good till 9:55. So I'll drop in like 5 minutes before. And if you want to stop a little bit earlier than that for Q&A, it's up to you. I'll let you kind of let it run its course. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and thanks for having me here today. I think that Andrei's introduction was very, very timely, right? And I think as growth leaders in today's environment, we are under what I would say is an extraordinary amount of pressure, right? To not only deliver on sort of the expectations, the high expectations and ambitions of investors and our leaders, but to also do that with speed and clarity and to really almost be wizards of growth. And so understanding how to apply your trade in today's market with the new shifting challenges is very difficult. I was VP of Marketing and Growth for a company called Aboveboard. It was a company that launched in the executive search vertical, launched in July of 2020. I was employee number 7. And the company was a pre-seed startup in the tech area. So I'm very familiar with sort of the challenges that happen. And for this topic specifically, I really want to focus on sort of what it's like at the beginning, and sort of tell my story in a way that I think will help to impart some really helpful learning on the group today, and really may hold some points for how to navigate today's current market. So I'm really going to be focused on strategy, and then how to align that strategy to growth. And the way I'll sort of start this is just by saying that there really is nothing simple about achieving high growth, especially the kind of high growth that becomes the subject of like a conference speech. And so it'd be really easy to sort of fall back on a very simplistic way of talking about this. But instead, I'm going to just really take you down the road of sort of what it was like to be a growth marketer, and just really hope that that experience and its takeaways can be helpful. So let's all step back in time for just a moment. It's Christmas of 2020. It's Christmas Eve, and my family, we're gathered around our lovely dining room table. Our traditional Christmas Eve dinner is out, bratwurst and red cabbage. The room is the picture of Christmas joy, pulsating electric Christmas lights, a gas fire flickers in the background. My kids are excited. They can't wait for the next morning. My wife is smiling. Everything is speaking to the holiday. And everybody is joyful except for me. You see, at Christmas 2020, I was a nervous wreck. In fact, I was so anxious. I mean, I could barely hold my fork while I was eating dinner. I was consumed with where our membership growth numbers were at, whether or not I'll even have a new job, or whether or not I even have a job in the new year. The beauty of a Colorado Christmas really couldn't distract me from the feeling of failure and self-loathing. My dream of growth marketing was turning into a nightmare. And I'm asking myself these questions. Why has the performance fallen off? Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong? What can I try now? Am I a failure? The truth was November. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt and cut you off. Your slides are not showing.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Okay.
Just wanted to jump in real quickly and let you know.
Okay, so it appears to be that the problem is when I go to full screen mode, it seems to sort of turn off. Would it be okay if I just sort of stay in the current view that we're seeing now?
Yeah, I think if just for lack of time, I think it should be fine.
Perfect. So let's pick back up again. So I'm in the middle of my nervous, anxious breakdown in Christmas of 2020. November had really been a terrible month. What had started as a deluge of member signups to our platform had dwindled to a trickle. And I was really just throwing myself at this problem obsessively. But my actions had resulted in little progress. And in that moment, I felt like I had fallen well short of expectations. And really, I was terrified of what that meant for my future. 6 months earlier, in July of 2020, I got the call that I had been waiting for. I was being recruited for a position as the VP of Growth for a new startup. In my previous role, I had adeptly navigated the coronavirus. I had led my former company to its most successful quarter in history. So I was coming off a big win. And it felt like this new role was really going to be the payoff for all the hard work, the long nights, grad school, the tutorials, the white papers, the endless YouTube videos. And on top of that, I was the VP of Growth for this amazing new product that really was targeting diversity in the executive search space through an online sort of tech marketplace approach. Once I got hired, my first step was to establish a 5-point strategy for growth. It focused on these 5 strategic actions that would help us meet our objectives. I moved extremely quickly. I built out our marketing assets, developed our brand. I identified our growth tactics to execute. In the rush of doing that, I didn't pay a lot of mind to the fact that we didn't have a very clear budget, that maybe we weren't communicating as effectively, that there were silos between the leaders, and perhaps there was a lack of cohesive marketing research. All in all, I was a man on a mission. And I had what Kanye West says is that ambition, baby. I was determined to succeed. And a week after our launch, right, our first email went out to 5,000 people. It's a list that we had curated prior to launch. And we got 1,500 member signups in the first week. The next week, we landed an article in Fast Company magazine. I mean, the members were rolling in. Through our email and PR strategy, we were about 2,500 members in October. We had deployed our website, our email program, a paid search program in a month, and the V1 of our brand strategy was complete. I couldn't be happier. And then the unthinkable happened. As the initial growth tapered off, the tactics became less effective. We were really in a free fall. So my joy turned upside down. October, 2,500 new members. In November, we had 150. By December, we had 95. Look back, it's really not that hard to see how we ended up in the situation we were in. Doesn't make it less stressful, but in terms of goals, we weren't well coordinated. Really, our objectives were best guess figures. Not uncommon in a startup, but when you map that to having a product that's still in an MVP state, an undefined roadmap, objectives that may be unrealistic, and because our leadership was so siloed, we were anxious. Every other leader was just as anxious and as cautious as I was. We spent more time constraining each other's actions than being supportive. And as a result, our priorities were unclear and non-collaborative. The main takeaway I had coming out of November, right, was that looking back is that there was a real lack of strategic clarity. And this resulted in misaligned timelines, lack of measurement, lack of resources, and quite frankly, lack of trust. All things that terrified me. Of course, looking back now, it's easy to see that these things were the main takeaways. But I wasn't thinking about what was wrong with our organization. At the time, I was consumed with thinking only about what I had done wrong and just confronting my bitter fear of failure. So my learnings caused me to dig in even more. I told myself I wouldn't give up. I would do whatever it takes to be successful, right? And that meant acting on every critical observation. I would create this new amazing strategy that would just wow everyone with its depth and reasoning. I would relentlessly focus on growth channel development. Yeah, I was going to rock this. 6 months later, in spring of 2021, the growth numbers had gotten better, slightly, but that was all that had gotten better. We were still upside down. My strategy went through 6 revisions, essentially gave up on it. Growth had been sporadic. There were a few bright spots, but the lack of strategic clarity remained. As an organization, I didn't feel any better about our progress. My relentless focus was really driving relentless anxiety. And I chased every channel I could. I worked feverishly. And I had so few outcomes to show for my efforts. This is not an uncommon story for growth marketers working at startups, where so much is unknown in the beginning. And you go through this process of achieving short-term gains and then taking steps back. In July, we stumbled upon something that changed our organization. We stumbled upon a growth tactic. And the way we stumbled upon this tactic was really hit or miss. We simply saw that a competitor was leveraging a tactic on a social media platform, and we copied the idea. And it turned out to be highly scalable and really unlocked a lot of explosive growth. As an advantage, it was very easy for us to bring this market to tactic. It dovetailed very nicely with our existing marketing campaigns and strategies. In terms of the disadvantages, it was really right on the line of the terms and services of this social media platform, which is why I'm being a little coy in describing it. It was scalable, but not predictable. So as I'm moving on at this point, right? We hired a new CMO in that August, not surprising considering how the performance had moved through the year. And what this did was gave me a chance to really focus on scaling this new growth channel and really allowed me to sort of focus strategy on this very specific tactic and to really sort of refine the way in which we were doing things. What did that look like? Well, we needed to bring scale and predictability to this growth channel. That was our objective. In terms of our constraints, we had to stay in budget. We had to avoid violating the terms of service. In terms of actions, we had to identify test variables. We had to deploy rapid iterations. We had to change our schedule for operations. We had to analyze the results. And this helped us to finally prioritize our actions, right? We knew that identifying test variables, getting our operational schedule up and out was key to bringing in scale and predictability. So the process was very simple. It was really research, hypothesize, activate, and analyze. The strategy didn't need to be encompassing. It just needed to be as efficient as was required to accomplish the objectives and create strategic clarity. I didn't know it at the time, but I really stumbled onto something that I came to call lean strategy. What were the impacts of that? Well, this new model turned things around greatly. We ended January of 2022 with 25,000 members acquired at a 60 cents cost to acquire a member. I had pulled the proverbial rabbit out of my hat. That being said, I was still anxious and stressed because there was still unclear direction for our other channels. Our overall marketing strategy was still unclear. I had lost a lot of trust in that previous year, and we still weren't collaborating as effectively as we could. And I started asking myself a lot of really hard questions, like why was the strategy so unclear and difficult? Why did we keep changing directions, and why was there so little trust? So asking those questions and having some space to focus on them really helped me to hone this concept called a lean strategy that I applied to this growth channel that had unlocked this sort of explosive growth for us. Lesson number one was really understanding that strategy has a life cycle to it. It's not something you do in the beginning and then, once it goes kaput, you just start acting and flailing. Strategy has a life cycle. What does that mean? Well, number one, the strategic life cycle, and the first step is really analysis of the current internal and external environment. The internal environment is really all about your product, right? All about your organization, your vision, your mission, your brand strategy, right? The external environment is understanding the challenges that exist outside of your company. I think this is extremely important now in this environment, right? That we're all, as marketers, taking the time that's necessary to do that analysis of our current internal and external environment. We have to, and the second step, the second part of the strategic life cycle is developing objectives to realize value, mitigate risk, and exploit opportunities, right? So we're looking at our internal environment, we're looking at the external environment, and we're now shaping our objectives to realize value, right? We're trying to minimize the risk and at the same time take care to exploit opportunities. In the third stage of the strategic lifestyle, you have the reaction of the external environment. This is the reaction of your competitors, right? How the market responds to the things that you do. And then in the fourth stage of the strategic life cycle is analysis of the current internal and external environment. So it's really analyzing what you've done previously and sort of starting this process again. And what I will say about the strategic life cycle, right, is that this process repeats itself time and time again. If we think about classic strategic theory, if we think about Porter's 5 forces and sort of understanding the external forces that impact our environment from a marketing standpoint, right? This strategic life cycle just puts that in the context of how this impacts the decisions we make with respect to growth and the decisions we make with respect to developing strategy, right? To counter those forces. Lesson number 2 was really about breaking down the components of strategy, right? Strategies are complex systems, and similar to all complex systems, the key to understanding it is to break them down into their smallest parts. So as I stated, when we had unlocked this sort of growth tactic, and we were really trying to scale that channel up, we really focused on just 4 components of strategy that needed to be clear, right, in order to create strategic clarity in our organization. Those things were objectives, constraints, actions, and priorities. These are the building blocks of strategy. They can be applied across different units. They can be applied across activities. They definitely apply to growth. Be the minimum components of strategy that you need, right? Objectives, you have to have good collaborative effort on your objectives, understand what it is you want to accomplish. Your constraints, what are your degrees of freedom? What are the things that you can and can't do? In a startup environment, budget could be a constraint. Speed could be a constraint. Resources could be a constraint. Identifying those things and then understanding the actions that you can take, right, that are going to move you closer to those objectives and overcome those constraints, right? That's very important. And then lastly, prioritizing those over a time period. So these are the components of strategy. These are really the components of lean strategy. And this led me to really think about the strategic process, right? The core needs of strategic process, especially, and this I think is especially true for startups, and especially true for growth marketers, need efficiency, right? We have to do our work very fast. In the startup environment where you have numerous stakeholders, everyone from board members to the CEO to investors, right? And you're in the process of trying to raise more funds, being able to bring your tactics to market and show clean product market fit and high growth is essential in the early parts of in the early days of the business. But the strategy also needs to be extensible. You need to be able to shift and pivot as your internal and external environment change. And it has to be adaptable, right? It means as things happen, right, as there may be impacts in the internal external environment that don't necessarily affect you or your growth team, but may affect other areas of the business, product, customer success, right? So that adaptability is really a core need of the strategic process. The goal is not to create the most encompassing, in-depth strategy possible. The goal is to create a strategy that delivers on its objectives with as little development as possible that is needed to reach strategic clarity. This is the lean strategy process. When we look at what this looks like, spelled out in the steps, our first step is research. It's understanding the internal and external environment. It's identifying the opportunities and risks and identifying our objectives and constraints. In the creation step of this process, we're developing actions that support those objectives, satisfy constraints. We're prioritizing the actions that are most critical in reaching the objectives. Activation is about execution of strategic actions, development of measurement plans. And analysis is determining whether the strategy successfully met its objectives, and if not, why. At the conclusion of this, you simply go back and you do this again. So in terms of applying this particular strategy to growth, right, and to new tactics, right, you have to take the time to do the research up front, right? And I think as growth marketers, maybe the most important thing that we miss is understanding where we're going to unlock demand. If I think about what growth is all about, it's about identifying your target audience and segmenting them accordingly. Of that target audience, finding that segment which has the highest demand, right? The highest latent demand that's there. And then also understanding that segment is not being served by the current market, right? So current products don't completely meet their need. And then unlocking and understanding the channels in which you can find those people, right? So that is really the research phase of the strategic process. And this is really important for a growth marketer. And in today's really key shifting environment, we could be seeing situations change very drastically over the course of the next year, right? the focus on cost recovery and maximizing savings to sort of play for the stretch sounds extremely scary to any growth marketer, right? Especially when you are, a pre-seed startup or a stage where you're expected to deliver this growth, and you know that you're going to be doing that already. Where typically in the startup environment, we're working in budget constrained environments, understanding that now that could be even more tight and even more difficult really puts an emphasis on us to develop a strategic process that's very quick, that allows us to test a large number of ideas in a very clear and concise way. And so this strategic process, the lean strategy process, is all about, really being able to bring strategy to market very quickly. Lean strategy is favorable to any organization or any activity that is just in a constantly changing internal or external. As tech startup leaders, that sort of defines our world. We're constantly in a shift. The key to effective collaboration during the strategic process is really key. It's like having that effective collaboration is key, because this creates strategic clarity with both the stakeholders and the resources. The idea is that by understanding your objectives, your constraints, your actions, and your priorities, by following a sort of clear strategic process to tell a story about the strategy that you're going to execute, it really does allow for strategic clarity between both stakeholders and resources. If I think back to the conditions that really gave me stress or anxiety in the early part or the late part of 2020, early part of 2021, it was the lack of strategic clarity, right? We found growth and acquisition success, but I'm not sure we ever really tackled this problem of lack of strategic clarity. And as a result, we burned through resources. We went through 3 or 4 different marketing leaders in our first year, right? Like, this is a real key point to holding on to the people you have. I think that as growth marketers, sometimes we overlook how important both our direct reports and our colleagues and peers can be to moving fast and effectively. Losing people in today's market creates a particular strain, as we know that acquiring talent resources is more and more difficult. So this process really can be used to develop growth strategy. And I know Andrei spoke to theoretical concerns and sort of being very, very specific, but I actually think that if you look at sort of the things that marketers tend to go back and wonder about what they could have done better when they started in a growth marketing position or at a startup, we almost always wish that we could have done a better job of aligning on strategy, right? When we fall short of our objectives, right? Like, aside from feeling like we missed tactics or missed opportunities, I think what we really go back and look at is like, man, I didn't spend enough time on the strategy, or I did just enough that was needed to sort of get us out the door. But, as time went on, we started to become overly dependent on tactic, and we never really grew from there. Growth channels can be discovered, but to scale them effectively requires strategy. So this model for lean strategy and growth is simply about developing it. This is not anything that I would say is, some new, it's a bunch of new thinking or magic. It simply reflects the fact that as a marketer, I hate the fact that we spend a lot of our time being stressed out and being anxious about our numbers. And going into the next year, coming out of, while the money and the investments have been great, that's not to say that, like, as growth marketers, our jobs haven't been extremely hard in the last 2 years, right? We've all this money that is poured into startups through VC and investment, right, has made leaders more ambitious, right, and has put more stress on growth marketers to effectively grow and scale organizations and to do it very, very quickly. Right, we've had an incredibly tough 2 years, and so as we move into the next year, the idea that we're going to have to continue to do this with perhaps less resources, really, to me, I'm scared that that we're all going to lose our minds, right? That the anxiety that I experienced in the previous year would be something that other people would experience. So this topic today was all about sort of using myself as a parable for, you know, what it's like to be in the chair and be a growth marketer, to unlock that sort of growth in the beginning of the journey, to see that sort of fall apart, and to try and diagnose the more strategic ways, like the higher takeaways that we can use to do our job better. And I think there's going to be plenty of people to talk about tactics today, to talk about case studies. What I would challenge us all to do today, as we hear these points, which are extremely important, is to just think about the process that we would use to figure out how to drive those tactics within our own organization, right? The strategic processes that will create clarity within our own group and hopefully not lead us to stress. Lean strategy is key to navigating the current conditions. It allows for transition and changes in strategy based on the current condition. And most importantly, it reduces the time and waste. As marketers, our strategies tend to fall into different buckets, right? Strategy that sort of pleases the boss sometimes. And there's this strategy that gives us the most clarity and the actions that we need to take. And we're constantly compromising between those two groups. The lean strategy simply breaks it down to its basic components and gives us a blueprint for how we can take actions very quickly to address changing objectives and or changing environmental conditions. So I hope that this has been helpful to you. Again, my main purpose here is, like I said, I don't want to see more. I hate to see marketers suffer. And I think as growth professionals, we've all had those long, anxious nights wondering whether or not we were going to be successful. So this was just a primer to understand that. Given that we have about 8 minutes left here, I wanted to open this up to questions. I also would love to, this is obviously a work in progress. I would love to hear points about this. If you've used a different strategic model, any clarifications or modifications that you see, obviously, and we'll go from there. So I turn it back over to you. I don't believe I can hear you, Javy.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I was on mute. I just want to say thank you so much for that talk. That was incredible insight. Really appreciate you sharing all that valuable information with us. Definitely took about a full page worth of notes, I would say. So really looking forward to connecting with you. While we wait for some questions to come in, how can people connect with you?
Yeah, sure. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can just look me up, Naeem McKee. I try to respond to everybody's messages, and I honestly do. From time to time, I'll send surveys out and just talk to people about sort of the things that they're experiencing. The last survey I did was really about strat. Before I sort of prepared this presentation, I sent out a survey on strategy in terms of startups. And I sent that out to other leaders and to marketers. And so I'm always up for sharing materials that I have. I very much believe in the fact that, like, as growth marketers, we're a community. So you can find me on LinkedIn.
Amazing. Thank you. So while we wait for questions to come in, I have a question for you.
Sure.
As a marketing and growth leader yourself, what if you can kind of think back about, like, when you were first starting, what's a piece of advice that you would give your 20-year-old self about starting this new role, especially during, like, the pandemic?
Yeah, very good question. What advice would I give myself? The first thing I would say is, don't give up on while growth marketing and sort of classic marketing are really sort of two different things. The real key foundational components of marketing, the better you execute those, the better you're going to be in the long run in terms of your growth efforts. Understanding your take the time to really understand, right, your classic 4 Ps, right? What is your product, your place, your price? Like, understand your current environment and your external environment, and really, really pay attention to what your competitors and your customers are doing, both directly in your vertical and tangential to it. Because what I would say is, what was funny about unlocking that growth tactic for us is that we were hovering right around like where like that channel, and so we were trying a bunch of things and we were all stuck thinking, man, nothing is working. It really was just that simple, quick look and glance at what a competitor was doing. And that really unlocked like, oh, we're very close. Here's what got us over the line. And so I would say just, my advice would be like, don't short the research, because that's really, really, really important to identifying those high growth tactics. And to the guy that I am a Cincinnati Reds fan. I'm not a Cubs fan, but
Ooh.
I didn't wear my hat. I typically do wear my hat today. I did not wear it because I sat on it yesterday and I have to get a new one. So, sorry to I think it's Comedy Peripheral, quite a name, but sorry to you, sir. I didn't mean to disappoint you.
Bummer. I was going to ask you if you were a Cubs or a White Sox fan, but you seem to answer that question. But yeah, no. So, in regards to your response, I haven't seen it, and please feel free, audience, to drop your questions in for Naeem. Something that I get the opportunity to host events like this across the country, and I get to speak with a lot of growth leaders. And one thing that, really has struck a chord with me is like this concept of like continuing to experiment, and what works, kind of double down on it, and what doesn't work, kind of take it out back and kill it, or at least put it, back in the reserves, right? Because it doesn't mean that if an idea is not working today, it's not because it doesn't work. It's because maybe today is not the right day, right?
Absolutely. And I think the foundation of that, point of experimentation is really like just basically follows a scientific model for marketing, right? So, it's really about identifying the variables that impact success, right? So on any growth tactic, the primary objective of your research, right, is to identify the variables of success. What is the right message? What is the time and the place? Who is the right audience? What are the specific channels, right? Like those are all your variables. And as you start, you just sort of dial them in, right? So the right tactic, right, is just one of those variables, right? Like all these other things have to be tested. And to do that, you need a real clear process. I don't like to do multivariate testing, when it comes to growth tactics. I like to really focus on testing one or two things a week, right? And then having a plan. And so the lean strategy process can be applied to that same key point of experimentation, but it just puts it in a very rational context. And it also allows you to sort of execute your growth, like sort of your growth strategy and your larger marketing strategy have the same components to it, right? So it's a lot easier to understand. Sometimes like talking a leader through, the outputs of growth experimentation and like why these two variables have higher correlation coefficients and like why it produces this outcome can be very difficult. But understanding the objectives and the actions can be very easy. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you that, making sure that you, when a tactic is put in the market and you're experimenting with it, like understand that like all those variables are going to impact the degree to which it's successful, and things may not be successful at a certain time, but that lack of outcome is just more of a prompt to continue to test and experiment.
Amazing. Well, I really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much, Naeem. It was an absolute pleasure having you on today. Like I said, I look forward to connecting with you, and thank you to the audience that joined us. Do you have any last parting words before we move on to our next presentation?
My only last parting words are to all my growth marketers and potential growth leaders out there. If it doesn't feel right, it doesn't mean it's your fault. Like, don't spend your time beating yourself up, right? Focus on what's important and really think about the logical steps of your actions and think about where you're going as an organization. So, because all those things really matter. So that's my only parting advice to everyone.
Well, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. It was a pleasure speaking with you again. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks for
You have a
joining
good
us. Awesome. Well, I'm going to let my co-host Adam back on to introduce our next speaker. Adam, I'll let you kind of take the floor from here.
Thanks, Javy. And Naeem, that was an excellent presentation you did. So moving forward and onward, I'd like to introduce the next speaker. So going back to the example of strategy and tactics and the necessary preparations for a successful startup, like in battle, you need very good morale, but also in a startup, you need morale. And often that starts with the leadership. Morale, positive thinking has a huge, significant impact in the success or failure of a certain project. So I'd like to warmly introduce to you all Dipti Salopek. She's the VP of Learning and Growth at Sneak. And today's title of this session is Leadership Mindset Through Challenging Times. Dipti, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Adam. And I'm happy to take it forward. Just a quick check. Can you see my slides at this point?
Now I can.
Perfect. Perfect. Brilliant. Well, so as Adam said with this kind introduction, I'm Dipti Salopek. I lead the learning and growth function at Sneak. I have been a people leader in the tech startup space for many years now, and I've followed the volatility of boom and bust cycles for a couple of decades. One of the things that's become clear to me is that particularly during challenging times, it is really the mindset of the leaders that can be a key determinant of success. So I wanted to talk about this today as we navigate an incredibly challenging environment, especially for startups. So why do I want to focus on leadership mindset when there's all this that's going wrong in the economy? You might ask, I wonder. And the answer is this. When it comes to early stage startups, mostly success is determined by the leader being the kind of person that you want to take a bet on. Because startup life is hard, and you all know this better than me. Does the person have the grit, the passion, the drive to actually go through all of these challenging times? Everything else, the product market fit, the financing, etc., is critical, but it will fall into place if you have the right leaders at the helm. And as a leader in the startup world, you are navigating some of the most challenging environments startups ever need to face. You have suddenly seen at the beginning of this year a shift from abundance to scarcity, which was a shift from growth at all costs to efficient growth all of a sudden. And this, all of a sudden, in the snap of fingers, has switched the rules of the road upon you. And the same people who were stressing about how you should invest in future growth are now suddenly asking you about your route to profitability. And all of this in a very challenging sales environment as well. So at the same time as you're being pushed for profitability on the one side, you might be seeing a climate where customers are either cutting costs or pushing out costs so that your revenue pipeline is getting constrained. And then there's the context of rising inflationary costs that's putting pressure on your cash burn. So a lot of startup leaders are in this very challenging space at the moment, pushed between all these different pressures. And it would be very natural if you feel the pressure building up for yourself. So here's a few tips navigating this environment. And I'll tell you at the outset that this is not my field of expertise. These are collated from a lot of discussions and readings from more experienced leaders. But I lay this out just to explain the kind of pressure that all of you are facing today. 1, you have got to have at least 18 to 24 months of cash runway. Many of you have this already, especially if you raise money in the last 12 months. But if you don't have this, you probably need to reduce burn and raise cash, despite the low valuation, which I know none of us want to raise cash in this environment. And you need to plan for different financial scenarios. What if your customer churn increases, as a lot of us are seeing in today's world? What would you do then? Or if your cash burn increases because of inflationary pressures, what would your plan be? Or if your growth in new business and new revenue goes down and your pipeline shrinks, how would you respond to that? Just model it out and have a plan B. You need the 18 to 24 months of runway. 2, continue investing in very targeted areas. So don't cut everything, even if you do need to cut costs. Focus your cuts on places where you will struggle to make headway in this economic climate, no matter how much money you pour into it, because that's not worth the cost at this point. So for early stage companies, you probably want to keep investing in product development if you can. And prioritize ruthlessly. So don't make cuts in people and then spread the same amount of work across less people. It won't get done. Prioritization and focus are key because that is the only way to do more with less. The more you focus, the more you can actually accelerate your growth. 3, protect your core business. Assuming that you have good product market fit, it is much harder and more expensive to get new customers than it is to keep your current ones. So keep your current customers close and measure customer health. Which ones are struggling financially themselves? Where have you lost your key champion or your exec sponsor because of churn on the customer side? Know what's going on with your customers so that you can prioritize your energy and focus on the critical ones at any point in time. And finally, 4, track your leading indicators. You're probably thinking you already track revenue, win rates, pipeline. You've got a good handle. You've got tons of metrics. But here's a tip. In times of uncertainty, those actually become lagging indicators. Leading indicators are really your top of funnel activity, your website traffic, your signups, your qualified leads, your demos that are being requested. All that demand gen conversation that you heard just before this, those are your leading indicators. A lot of companies don't track these as thoroughly as they do like revenue and win rates. So now is the time to start because these are the metrics that give you a true read on your pipeline when things are uncertain. And so in summary, make sure that you have or build an 18 to 24 month cash runway. This gives you the buffer that you need to continue running your business and making investments. Continue targeted investments, cut your costs and manage your burn, but continue investing in your core product. Protect your core business. Your current customers are more precious now than ever. And track your leading indicators, as these will help predict where your pipeline is going to be and what direction it's heading in. So there's a lot you can do, and most of what I shared probably wasn't news to you. It's been percolating in your mind anyway, but it's all a lot harder than it seems to put this into practice. It's easy for me to give tips on what to do. The hard part is actually being able to see a path to make these happen. To look past all of the challenges that are coming your way and still keep your path and forge forward. And heads up, some of these challenges that I covered won't even be caused by external factors like the ones I talked about. Some of these challenges are really internal to you. These inner challenges are tricky because they're often invisible, like leaders holding themselves back by self-doubt or lack of confidence or feeling overwhelmed, or a difficulty in prioritizing or decision making. And all of this is perfectly natural given everything that's happening in the world today. But these can be worked on. And with the right level of awareness, you as a leader can learn to spot and respond to these. And in the face of adversity, our mindset influences the lens through which we view the world, and therefore how we in turn can actually respond to it. It absolutely determines how we show up as leaders every single day. So let's talk a little bit about leadership mindset. And I'm going to go over 5 levels of leadership mindset next. They're adapted from the Energy Leadership Framework by Bruce D. Schneider, if anyone wants to look it up and learn more. There are actually 7 levels in the framework, but I'm just focusing on the 5 levels that are most relevant to this conversation today. And why am I going through these levels? Really, the purpose is to drive awareness. If you can understand your current mindset and the choices that are available to you, you can then choose the kind of leader you want to be and be intentional in how you respond to the circumstances around you. So let's jump in for a moment. Level 1. When someone is at level 1, they believe that they're a victim of their circumstances and that everything is happening to them. They feel powerless, like they're lacking control, overwhelmed, helpless. And as a result, they may resort to avoidance or dragging their feet or being held back by self-doubt. If you at times find yourself in this level 1 space, know that it is totally normal given all the challenges around you and everything that I covered just before. So much of the headwinds we are facing right now are entirely out of our control, so it would be natural to feel helpless. Avoidance, which is or like dragging your feet on decisions, is the classic level 1 response, and it's your mind's way of protecting you from having to confront those very difficult feelings of helplessness and fear. But if you want to step into your own as a leader, you will have to find a way to climb out of this. And so let's talk about level 2. When someone's at level 2, they perceive a space of conflict. You may feel frustration, irritation, anger, and as a consequence, they may find themselves digging their heels in, arguing a lot. Or commonly, people can move into directive mode or slip into command and control mode and start barking orders. So think about what's happening in the world today and everything we talked about earlier with how so many startups have caught between investors who want profitability and an incredibly difficult sales environment, and then add to that rising inflationary costs. So the pressure builds, and you might find yourself very easily in this level 2 space. And if you do, it's okay. It's totally normal for what you're facing. Moving into command and control mode can also be beneficial because it enables you to get things done quickly. But it's a short-term strategy. And in the long run, it'll undermine your relationships and trust that are so fundamental to being able to be a successful leader and a powerful leader. So it's just important to be able to recognize in yourself when you slip into level 2 mode, and so that you have the opportunity to change it if you want to. So let's talk about level 3. At this level, one is just focused on achieving the goal at hand. With this in mind, one feels willing to compromise or get the task done. As a result, one would typically resort to finding a means of cooperation or coping, or even finding the silver lining in something just to be able to move things ahead. If you find yourself saying, it is what it is, you're in this level 3 space of coping. Or you might be able to find a silver lining in a situation. You aren't getting what you want, but here's a way to see the light at the end of the tunnel and just start forging a path forward. Instead of feeling helpless, which was level 1, or blaming others, which is level 2, you start to take responsibility and see that you can move forward. This is your first point of shift into a positive mindset and a good starting point to be at. The big advantage of level 3 is that you're starting to find a way to stay focused on your goal and get things done. You are no longer stuck. And then there's level 4. At level 4, you're no longer focused on your own problems. You've moved past that, and you're primarily driven by concern for others. The underlying feeling here you experience at this level is empathy and compassion. As a consequence, you frequently will find yourself choosing to act at the service of others. And think of the concept of servant leadership here. During tough times, you will often find leaders move here, empathizing with clients who are facing a hard time and struggling to pay their bills, or worried for your employees and how to take care of them when they are stressed and anxious and insecure. Depending on the needs of your company, this might be a great place to choose to operate from a place of compassion. The watch out at this level I'll leave you with is that if you don't set healthy boundaries for yourself, some leaders can find themselves always putting others first before themselves and just giving at the expense of their own well-being. So just watch out and put your own oxygen mask on first. And finally, there's level 5. At this level, your core thought is one of win-win. You see opportunity everywhere. You feel energized and things start clicking so that you feel a sense of peace and quiet confidence. As a result, you inspire solutions and drive towards them. This is where great leaders typically resonate. You can see the opportunity in everything, and including just having faith in the people around you. You see solutions and drive towards them with enthusiasm. This mindset inspires energy and trust from others, and they find themselves following you willingly because your optimism and confidence are contagious, and your people need that in these uncertain times. The watch out at this level, and of course there's always one, is that you might see so many opportunities and they might all seem so exciting that it's challenging to prioritize and focus on the few that truly would be needle shifters in a world of limited resources. You know the quote, "We can do anything, but we can't do everything." That's the lookout at this level you need to think about. You cannot choose what life throws at you, but you can choose how you respond. So you've seen the 5 levels of mindset that are available to you as leaders. Your mindset is a conscious choice you can make. You have a think about where your mindset is today. And any of these levels would be absolutely normal in our circumstances. Just think of how difficult it is, what we are going through. I've said it before, and it bears repeating. This is one of the hardest times that startups can go through. And we'll be here for a while. This will take resilience and determination. And above all, an intentionality around how you want to choose to deal with it. The key lies in self-awareness. Know where you are at and what the other levels are that are available to you. And with that awareness, you're empowered with choice. Be intentional about choosing the kind of mindset you want to have. If you're at level 1 where you feel helpless, what does it look like to be at level 2 where you fight for what you want? Or level 3 where you're willing to cooperate or compromise to get the most important part of your goal? Or level 4 where your primary concern is for those around you? Or even level 5, where you see the opportunity in everything? Ask yourself, how would you show up at level 5? What would you do differently than you do today? What would you do differently than you currently do today? One of the things you can do is focus on being a leader in your business. In deciding to invest in your company, your investors took a leap of faith in you. In joining your organization, your people have taken a bet on you in terms of their passions, their careers, their livelihoods. You need to turn up as a leader for all of them. And so I leave you with a couple thoughts on how you can put level 5 leadership into action in today's environment. Number 1, Manage your talent stridently. If you need to manage your burn, if you need to make cuts, this is an opportunity to optimize your talent for the needs of the future. You cannot afford to carry around extra weight at a time like this. It is not fair to your hardest working workers. If you're going to be lean, if you are forced to be lean, don't make cuts more than you need to. But if you are forced to be lean, then you only have room for the best of the best on board. A lot of startups haven't really taken the time to think through how to assess performance or talent. Have a discussion with your leadership team on how do you actually know who your top performers are and who might be pulling their weight or who isn't. What does strong performance look like? Sometimes it's the people who are culture carriers. Sometimes it's the people who are getting stuff done. Sometimes it's the people who are the glue that pull everything else together. How do you define talent? And do you know who's at risk of attrition? Learn your talent and manage it. Be in control. Number 2, be as transparent as possible. You owe this to your people. This is especially hard when the news isn't good. I get it. How do you keep people motivated and committed if the numbers aren't looking good? Why wouldn't they jump ship? Our instinct can often be to protect our people from the worst of the worries. What I'll tell you is this. People can sniff out evasiveness miles away, and it only comes across as phony. I've seen this again and again and again. So maybe you don't want to share how worried you are, but you do need to share the facts. People need context to be able to make their own decisions. Ideally, you can lay out the facts about how things are, but then also to show the path out of the woods. Trust your team to respond to this as the adults you hired them to be. You don't always need to have good news. What you need is to be authentic and honest and show people that you can be trusted to lead the company through this challenging time. Number 3, over-communicate. People need to hear your messages multiple times before it will sink in, partly due to information overload, but also because people are always listening for what's important versus what's just noise. And the more you repeat yourself, people will take away the message that this is truly important to you. Repeat it in different forms, like a campaign, written announcements, town halls, smaller team meetings where people have the opportunity to ask questions in a more trusted environment. This will help messages really percolate. You might feel like you're repeating yourself a lot because you are, but what we're finding is that employees need to hear messages at least 5 times before they really start to register. So do not underestimate the importance of this. Be a wartime leader. And believe me, I use the phrase wartime with so much hesitation, especially today. I wish there was another term. But the main point is that operating under adversity is fundamentally different from leading during times of abundance. Make tough decisions as early as possible. Do not drag your feet, and there will be a lot of them. Again, do not drag your feet here. Pushing the can down the road is level 1 avoidance. But equally, once a decision is made, be compassionate and empathetic in how you roll these out, especially with the tougher decisions. Be authentic to who you are and your values. At the same time, you need to be firm with your decisions because you need this in order to chart a course forward. Have strength in your convictions because you will face a lot of resistance and foot dragging from others, especially to the difficult decisions that they don't buy into. Speed will matter a lot. You'll need to be decisive with very limited and probably evolving information. Flatten out your hierarchy so that information flows move up and down and laterally across your organization as quickly as possible. Really, flatter hierarchies make a huge difference here. And then 5, finally, always be learning. I'm sure that you've heard the phrase, strong opinions loosely held, which is be decisive because you must lead with conviction, inspire confidence, but never attach your ego to these ideas. Always be listening to those around you, especially those with opinions that differ from yours, assessing your environment for evidence that the context is evolving or that your course of action that you chose may not have been the optimal one and you need to course correct. Know what your performance indicators are, even those leading indicators we talked about before, and watch them closely for evidence that learning, pivoting, growing, course correcting might be in order. And so, in summary, manage your talent proactively, be on top of it, be as transparent as possible, trust your people as you want them to trust you, over communicate again and again and again. Be a wartime leader, be decisive and swift and agile, and always be learning. Check your ego at the door and always be scanning your environment and listening to those around you. So, as we wrap up, I urge you to step into your self-confidence. If you can build a high-growth startup, you're already doing one of the hardest jobs in the world. You know that you have the grit and the drive and the creativity to push through this. Lean into those strengths. Trust that you have what it takes to get you through this journey, however long it is, but it will be challenging and it will probably push you to your limits. But you can choose the kind of leader that you want to show up as through these turbulent times. I can see that there's a session on growth mindset a bit later today, and I'm not the speaker for that one, but I suspect you'll learn a lot more on being a level 5 leader in that session, so stay tuned. And finally, I wrap up with this quote. I want to leave you with this from Viktor Frankl, who was an Austrian psychiatrist. Between stimulus and response, there is space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and freedom. So thank you. And with that, let me turn it over to Q&A and stop sharing my slide.
Well, I have to say, Dipti, that was an excellent, very profound presentation. I have to say, virtually all those points spoke to my heart, and I really do like the aspect of highlighting from the book you referenced, a level 5 leader, almost essentially being able to leverage chaos into a tool of yours so you can persevere and go forward instead of kind of having this, okay, I look at everything, every nail is a problem, I'm going to mentally shut down type of attitude, which I don't know if that's a product of the educational system, but I do think that over time, very often people are afraid to make mistakes. And I think the wrong part of your brain is thinking if you have to do something, important, so to say, putting yourself in essentially a constant state of panic. And I like the phrase that you used, a wartime president. A lot of those virtues and characteristics are, absolutely, necessary. I mean, you look throughout the progression of human history and some of the great heroes from antiquity to modern days. They all have a certain type of configuration of these. And what I wanted to ask you on that is, if somebody is aspiring to be a leader, or if somebody is placed in a situation where they have to assume leadership, how do they strike the right balance between, let's say, strength, so people can be at ease, people can trust in that leader and have confidence going forward, but also a certain level of vulnerability where, the team can relate to the leader at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the hardest conundrums today. And especially when you have such a challenging environment, it's like, which one is more important? Do you today want to appear vulnerable, or do you want to appear strong? Like, you constantly have to keep switching between them, right? And and maybe let me jump into this point first, but I want to touch on a couple other things that you mentioned as well. And this notion of strength and vulnerability, the way we look at it in in our company, and we talk a lot about this, is your strength comes in your openness and your vulnerability. They aren't dichotomous.
Yes.
If you have the confidence to say, here's an opinion I'm going to put forth because of my experience, but I'm open to the fact that it might not be the best answer and there might be better out there, that's your strength in your vulnerability. In fact, it makes you stronger. Vulnerability just needs to be openness. It's humility. It just needs to be openness to the idea that you might not always be right. And that's all it
Sure.
takes. And that suddenly harnesses for a lot of other people the ability to come forth, to step forth, to look at you as a leader, to input into the dialogue. I think I was at a talk with another leader, and one of the things that they said is the big jump between those who are managers and those who are leaders. And I'm not talking about level or designation or title. This appears at all levels of the organization, but it's a mindset shift. And the real shift is people who are leaders are willing to ask a lot more questions and spend a lot less time trying to assert their own opinions because they're comfortable in their own skin. They're comfortable with their credibility. What they really want is to make space for other voices. And that's a huge shift that today is, I would say, critically important for anyone to survive and show their strength as a leader.
Right. And, a historical example, which may not be entirely obvious, but I think it will resonate. Genghis Khan, I think during the 1200s, obviously created a land empire spanning essentially from East Asia to the frontier of Western Europe. This is a
Yeah.
tremendous amount of land. One of the, I guess you could say, peculiar facts about him is that, I guess you could say, anytime there was a battle or a war, he gave the loot. You could say like the gold, the treasure, and whatnot. And mind you, these are brutal times and terrible things happened. This is more of a point to, let's say, commanding the loyalty of a team. He would give the loot to his actual soldiers and officers instead of kind of hoarding it for himself, which many leaders, feudal lords tended to do in those days. They take, they take 90% of it and kind of give the scraps to everybody else. And it seemed like it was actually quite the opposite, in that case as well. And another peculiar thing was it was most noted to being the most, you could say, it was a true meritocracy, as many historians describe it. So it was a multi-ethnic, multicultural empire. You had members of, society and the military as far east as Korea and as far west as Hungary. And these are people, let's say, reaching positions, very high positions, without essentially their ethnicity or culture being a factor. And in fact, many Christians, Muslims, Jewish people, all different types of religions. And it seems like for that time, ethnicities and cultures were represented. So it seems to me maybe that you could say giving and sharing the loot is almost kind of like giving a part of yourself, both emotionally and physically in many ways, to the trust of your team, because then they feel like they can count on you, so to say. And like I said, it is a historical example, but some of those things, they do prove effective when doing something that is very difficult or very large.
Yeah. Adam, I love how you have a historical analogy for every context.
Oh, I'm a huge
coming
history
out of
nerd.
you. But I would say on that, right? Like you can take it very literally and say, hey, compensate your people for what they're doing, and you should. But I think the deeper underlying message in what you're saying is one of empowerment. Across the board. And, I touched on it in a different way by saying flatten your hierarchy, but it's the same concept, like be in touch with the entire diversity of your population.
Exactly.
Don't tuck them in hidden corners all over your org. Hear all those voices quickly and directly, hear them yourself and empower them with decision making. So if there's ever a time to flatten your hierarchy, it is when you are in wartime mode.
Wow, wonderfully put. And, to add to that as well, which I think also adds to the richness of your presentation, a lot of times when it came to, let's say, the Mongols expanding their empire, a lot of times when they go to these little like city-state, you could say castle villages, a lot of times people would outright surrender because a lot of times it was feudalism and people were giving up 95% of their crops to the feudal lord at the time. So, I mean, are you going to get a lot of people to fight for you, in those circumstances, so to say? And I also noticed too, with Genghis Khan, he lived a very frugal life as well, using wooden, utensils, wooden chopsticks, even like, spoons and bowls and things like that, and gave kind of the rest of the more lavish things, to the troops. And it seems like throughout history, that type of discipline seems to be a very enduring type of concept among, very great leaders. Some kind of abstinence in some part of the life. It seems to be like a recurring theme, and maybe these things also play out in the modern day in Web3 startups. Having that discipline, having that kind of ability to share, like we learned as kids, the ability to share, and look outside of yourself when you do things.
Absolutely, 100%. And I wanted to touch on a point that you made earlier, how people can be terrified of making mistakes. And you're absolutely right. The pressure to be perfect is incredible. And especially in startup mode, you have a razor thin buffer to get things wrong. What I would say in this is the founder of Sneak, he often says this quote, which is win or learn. There is no failure. And I really would love to leave the audience with this. Do not get hung up on mistakes. It's either you're winning or you are learning and growing. There is no concept of a mistake or a failure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel, as an individual or as in groups, if you can treat every experience, like that as well, I think it emotionally and psychologically strengthens people, but I think it makes you smarter over the time if you're able to train yourself or adapt yourself into a more nuanced thinking of things. And I mean, I'm sure anybody would be surprised, like how many times in your life has something not gone the way you wanted, but it kind of opened an opportunity somewhere else. These things are not very obvious to us, and I think it's almost like a hubris to think, at this very moment, I know everything I need to know about now, the past, and the future. I mean, listen, things go wrong. I don't really know where this will end up navigating towards. So, stay calm, keep an open mind, and see what kind of data you can get from it. I think if you can kind of look at it as like a data, or like you said, some sort of learning experience, then, everything becomes a tool at the end of the day, which is great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I personally have had the experience where I've lost a job I was in, which was an incredibly difficult experience, and then ended up in the best opportunity I've ever had in my life. And I'm sure I'm not the only person. People have gone through this time and time again. It is the notion that with the right mindset, everything can be a growth opportunity for something better.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's almost underestimated. I think the power of the mind and the spirit, to a team, to a group, to anything. And in fact, it actually may even mean more than sometimes the very tools that you have. Because let's say if I think in a lot of cases, I think if there's too much, let's say, comfort, or let's say if you're dealing with teams who have it too easy, they may tend to reflexively run away from the first sign of trouble. So maybe they don't have that calloused type of grit yet, so to say. But if you're able to kind of push through, but also constructively learning, you will ultimately be better than let's say competitors who maybe 3-1, 4-1, have that kind of advantage, over you. So going back to the teams, everything you said resonated very well. And I have to say, I was actually going to ask you for a copy of the presentation so I could look at it later too. But, these things aren't talked about enough, it seems. The technology is great, don't get me wrong. And, maybe some of the, socioeconomic and geopolitical things, those are good things to focus on. But what about these very almost, you could say very nuanced and almost primal parts of human nature that need to be accounted for whenever these things, whenever these projects are going to start,
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I went through. Yeah, thank you. And that's why I went through those 5 levels to help people understand. Like, if you're in avoidance, if you're running away, it's okay. It's natural. That's one of the 5 levels that people commonly resort to. So it's really about normalizing this so that it isn't a scary concept. But that's also why a huge thanks to all of you for hosting a conference like this, by creating the space and allowing the space for these kind of critical conversations.
And thank you, such as yourself and leaders like yourself for coming on and, very, generously, offering your time to really expand upon these things, because a lot of these things, you can read as many books as you want, but they may not be entirely intuitive or digestible at the time. So these type of forums allow people to learn these things at a much easier and faster way. So, Dipti, thank you very much for coming on. I had a great time with this presentation. And, certainly I look forward to keeping in touch with you as well.
Likewise, me too, and my absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. And now I would like to introduce Javy and our next guest, Joey Arora, VP of Growth at The Outpost. Javy, the floor is yours.
What's up, Adam? Thank you.
Hey.
And I believe Joey should be joining us here shortly. That was a great conversation. Joey, how's it going today?
It's going well, man. Thank you for making the time, and thanks for having me here.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate your time. I'll just kind of give a little intro, and then I'll let you kind of reintroduce yourself, probably better than I do. So Joey Arora, VP of Growth at The Outpost. The Outpost is a boutique consulting firm. Joey helps companies win government contracts, especially in the defense arena. He's also an Air Force veteran, so thank you for your service, and has served as an airfield operations officer in the U.S. and Afghanistan, where he led innovation efforts and co-founded AFWERX. I apologize for that. That was a hard one to say. Joey, thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk more about how you can leverage non-dilutive funding to grow your company, but also to talk some more about what is dual use tech and why does that matter, right? So there's a ton of opportunity to engage in growing a startup and leveraging non-dilutive funding. Before I get into that, I'll share a little bit about my background. I grew up here in Denver, Colorado, and by growing up here in Denver, I got to see a lot of time outside. I got to go to CU Boulder and did the ROTC program there. And it's really what started spurring my passion for entrepreneurship, seeing the businesses that are grown, seeing how people are making an impact in their community through the businesses that they run. So I joined the Air Force. I did airfield operations for the first 5 years. And the last 3-4, I got to be involved with AFWERX in the innovation space around the Air Force. Got to really help build that up. And one of the core theses we had in building AFWERX was understanding how do you help leverage dual use technology for the government, for the military as a whole, and recognizing that, hey, the entire landscape for technology has shifted in the last 20 to 40 years. You look at 1960s, 1980s, and the technology that was being developed, whether it was GPS, the internet, what NASA was developing, a lot of that money was coming from the government sector. You even look back further into history, and you'll see that the work of exploring those ships that were being sent to different places, those were funded by the larger monarchies as a way to expand and explore new places. And you'll see that throughout time, right, government was funding a lot of technology development. And in the recent 20 years, that model has flipped. There are commercial entities, and we're talking about organizations like Google, Amazon, SpaceX, that are taking commercial money and pouring that into research and development of new technologies. So this model where new technology was the cutting edge, was led by government, has flipped. There's now $520 billion of research and development money going in from the commercial sector every year. And that far outpaces what's happening in the government side. So government is no longer the majority research and development funder for technology. But the cool thing is, right, there's still a huge pot of money that exists from the government side. About 30 to 40 billion dollars a year is going out, being pushed out by the US government for startups to use. And it's a unique opportunity for companies that are saying, hey, we want to leverage R&D funding and grow our capabilities to sit down and work with government to really flesh out those capabilities. So when you think about that, right, one of the things I want to talk about is dual use tech. So dual use tech is technology that can both be used in the commercial sector and in the government and the public sector. So as a company is building, whether it's a SaaS product or a hardware product or a medical product, there's often like, hey, we want to make a beachhead in the commercial market. Well, the work that's being done in the DoD and the Air Force side specifically is saying, hey, we also want to see you grow your technology in the commercial space, in the government space as well. So we want to see that, hey, you've done some product market fit in the commercial world. Now we want you to work with the government side, and we want to do a deeper dive into seeing how your technology can work with warfighters, how it can work in solving problems for the IRS or solving biotechnology problems with NIH. So there's a unique opportunity for companies to dive into solving problems for both sides and truly creating a dual use market. And in today's economy, this is a huge opportunity for startups to see that, hey, as budgets are shifting in commercial organizations, as consumers are being more wary of subscriptions or other larger purchases, how can you open up the government market? And that's what we're here to talk a little bit about today. So the next thing that I wanted to talk some more about is a little bit about the SBIR and STTR programs. The Small Business Administration, right, calls this America's Seed Fund. And that's because it truly is. So if you are a small business and you're looking for some non-dilutive capital, one of the first places that I would encourage you to look is with the SBIR and STTR programs. Those stand for the Small Business Innovation Research Program, SBIR, and the Small Business Technology Transfer Program, STTR. And these programs have led to some pretty amazing companies like Symantec and Qualcomm and Sonicare and 23andMe. Those are some of the biggest names that have come out of the success stories of leveraging SBIR funding. And that's at sort of the national level. If you look in the DoD and the Air Force side, there's companies like Andrei and Duralock and a few others, right, that are doing amazing things in developing technology. And they've been able to do a lot of that because of the money that they're getting and leveraging from the SBIR, STTR programs. So what is the goal of SBIR, STTR? Well, it's to meet federal research and development needs, and it's to increase the commercialization of technology. So if someone has an idea, this money is to further develop it, prove out that, hey, this is actually capable, you can actually make that happen. And we want to help drive that to commercialization. The SBIR, STTR funding is to help get that product further down the roadmap and continuing developing that capability and technology. The other goal of this is to stimulate that technological innovation, right? Government still wants to keep pushing the boundaries of technology development. And so this money is meant to be used on innovative technologies that are pushing the boundaries in all of these areas. Another key piece of this is SBIR, STTR programs are meant to foster participation and encourage growth of startups in all areas across the United States. And it is to also foster tech transfer from various nonprofit research institutions and help drive commercialization of that technology. So there's more and more opportunities for those companies to keep growing. So the cool thing is that the SBIR program is $3.2 billion every year that's going out to startups and small businesses. And the way that works is it's about 3.2% of any research budget for agencies that have over $100 million a year. And so the cool part about the SBIR program is there's over 11 federal agencies that are participating in this. And then for the STTR program, there's over $450 million that is spent on that. And so, like, hey, you're wondering, hey, these are cool programs. There's a lot of money. What do you need to do to qualify for these things? So one of the key things to think about is that, hey, you need to be a for-profit company, US owned and operated, and under 500 people. And the work must be done in the United States. The work that you're proposing has to focus on research and development. And you want to be furthering the capability or the prototype of your technology. You want to further its ability to get to commercialization, your ability to sell that product. And so the goal is, hey, you want to further develop it. Where does that go? The SBIR and STTR programs are a 3-phase process. So phase 1 is the concept development. And these contracts last anywhere from 3 months to a year. And the contract values are anywhere from $50,000 to $250,000. And that is to really explore, hey, is it possible? Is it feasible? How are we going to do this? Is there a market that exists for this technology? Phase 2 is prototype development, and that's anywhere usually from 12 to 24 months. And it's anywhere from 500,000 to 1.5 million in general. And then, we talked about a 3-phase process. Phase 3 is really about, hey, it's commercialization, and it's saying, hey, you have a government stakeholder who cares a lot about that technology, and they want to spend their own money in acquiring that. So that's not SBIR funding. It is leveraging other government funding or, say, commercial funding to get after the development of that capability. And so, what is the difference between an SBIR and STTR? So the key thing about the STTR process is that it requires a nonprofit research institution to partner with and do at least 30% of the work. And so the way that looks is, right, there has to be a 30% minimum from that nonprofit research institution, whether you're going after your phase 1 or your phase 2. And the goal there is as you're applying, you want to maybe take technology that a university has and you want to commercialize that. So we want them to come in and be partners in that process as you're looking at, hey, how am I developing and growing my technology? So if you are a startup or an organization that's looking to take tech from a university and commercialize it, STTR is a great program for you. If you're a startup that has a business idea and you're like, hey, I'm ready to dive all into this, and we're already down this path, and you want to further grow your technology base, take a look at the SBIR program. Also take a look at the STTR program as well, because there might be interesting opportunities for you where you're like, hey, there's a patent or a technology that the university has that you can incorporate into the work you're doing and further make a more amazing product. So where can you go to sort of find these opportunities? Well, the cool thing is that the non-dilutive funding here is available from organizations like the Department of Agriculture, Department of Commerce, the DoD, and that's one I'm going to dive into a little bit more here in a bit. The Department of Education, the Department of Energy, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Transportation, NASA, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, and the NSF, the National Science Foundation. So as you take a look at that, right, like, hey, you're wondering which ones are the biggest ones that we should go with. The DoD budget in 2019 for SBIR STTR programming was $1.8 billion. And a cool part of that is the majority of that is actually part of the Air Force. And so the Air Force has the largest SBIR STTR budget. And we'll go into what they're doing with the open topic here in a little bit. But then you can also take a look at the Department of Health and Human Services and the NIH. They come in second there with still over $1 billion in SBIR STTR funding. And you can take a look online. There's still a breakout of the rest of the budget there in the hundreds of millions of dollars for the other agencies. And so the cool thing is that as you're going after these, there's going to be specific topics that you can apply to, and you'll see that, hey, there's technology areas that I can push and say, hey, this is a need from someone in government to continue growing and developing my technology. At the same time, the Air Force has now taken a unique approach with the Air Force Open Topic. I was super lucky to be involved with the amazing team of people that helped develop this. And it's super cool to see that, hey, the open topic is a door that any company can say, hey, I have an idea that could be applicable to the Air Force and the DoD, and I'd love to share them. And so the open topic is a way for a company that might not find a specific topic under the SBIR, STTR programs to jump in and say, hey, I want to submit my idea and work with government on this. So if you're interested in saying you don't find a specific topic in one of the other agencies, but you think your technology or capability might be relevant to working with the Air Force, then that's where I would take a look at the Air Force open topic process. And you can find a lot of information about that on the AFWorks site. And so like, what is the thesis behind the open topic, like proposing anything at all? Well, going back to what I was saying a little bit earlier, it's focusing on that dual use approach. It's about leveraging that commercial technology to deliver better capability to the warfighter. And it's about the Air Force created a simple open door that anybody can come in and share their ideas. And what this helps is it's about taking a national approach to security. We want to leverage the development of private capital. We want to leverage all of the R&D funding that is happening in the commercial world and take the best of those technologies and apply them to government problem sets. And so that's where dual use technology really comes in, and it helps de-risk the government's investment into new technologies. And so that open topic process is looking for those non-defense commercial solutions and to adapt those solutions to Air Force needs. And so what happens there, right, is there's a multiple step process from the Air Force side that there's the phase 1, phase 2, we talked about with the SBIR program. And that phase 1 for the Air Force is $75,000 and 3 months. And they're doing 2 of those awards in it 2 times in a year. They're putting out the solicitation. They're doing about 1,000 to 1,500 of those awards in a year. And that gives companies a foot in the door to say, hey, I'm on contract with the US Air Force to do a feasibility study, to do customer discovery, and engage on, hey, what are the opportunities to work with the Air Force? This is that phase 1 is really a 3-month contract for you to go in and do deep customer discovery. Find out, hey, where is the need for this type of capability? If you're coming in with the open door, right? You're saying, hey, there's specific areas inside of the Air Force that we can work with. Right? You might be developing a entirely new way to address PTSD. And so who do you need to be working with in the Air Force to help address those challenges, right? Which medical unit, which organization cares a lot about that problem? And how can you incorporate your commercial technology into the way that the government is approaching those? And so another great example, you might be developing a supersonic aircraft. Well, which program office inside of the Air Force cares a lot about supersonic aircraft? Is this for transportation? Is this a warfighting capability? Or, you might be developing cutting edge and new materials with titanium alloys. So which organization cares about that? Is it the hypersonics office? Is it the ground-based strike deterrent? These are the types of questions that the Air Force wants you to explore in that phase 1. And that's what you're getting $75K over 3 months to do. And so the cool thing is, right, you're like, hey, $75K, it's not that much. Why should I really be going after this? Well, the phase 2 opportunity on the Air Force side gets even bigger. and it's at $1.25 million. And this is a great opportunity for a company to say, hey, we have a prototype in mind and we want to develop that out. So as part of your phase one process, you're figuring out who your customer is. You're figuring out who's going to actually care about buying this technology. You know, you talked about, hey, if you're developing a new type of alloy, you know, which is it the hypersonics program office that cares a lot about the development of this technology? Or, you know, what product development is this going into? Which organization cares about how the product is being used? Where is it being used? And so that phase two, you're going to need to find both a Air Force customer and an Air Force end user to share your technology with and lay out, like, hey, what is the prototype we want to develop with your Air Force customer and end user? So you're going to leverage something called a customer memorandum. And what this is it's signaling for that phase two prototype project that here are a list of milestones that we want to work with. And it allows the Air Force to see the project that you want to do, laying out the R&D portions of what you're trying to develop, and allows you to get buy-in from that stakeholder about what you're trying to create. And the cool thing about this is the Air Force is doing about 300 to 500 of these awards a year. They're allowing companies to go direct to phase two. So if you are interested, like, hey, how do I work with government? How do I get started? You can begin some of those conversations on your own, even prior to phase one, and find an Air Force stakeholder that cares a lot about what you're working on and work with them to develop out those milestones and submit directly for this $1.25 million opportunity. You know, so we're here in July. Actually, the next set of applications closes August 9th for the AFWERX open topic process. And the other cool thing is, right, they're going to keep doing this. So there'll be another solicitation later this year for that direct to phase two opportunity. And there'll be additional opportunities that'll be coming out for phase one and phase two next year as well. So if you're a company that's saying, I want to look at non-dilutive funding, I don't know where to start, none of those topics for SBIR, SCTR work for me, I would take a strong look at the Air Force open topic process and see, hey, is that something that we want to pursue? And, you know, if it is, I'm happy to talk some more about that and keep engaging in that conversation there as well. But for companies that are a little more mature, I want to go a little bit deeper into another opportunity that the Air Force has, and that's known as the TACFI and StratFi program. The cool thing about this is it's taking those prototype projects I talked about for phase two, where it's a $1.25 million contract. And there's contract sizes for this for TAC5 for $375,000 to $1.8 million. And then for the StratFi process of $3 to $15 million. And the amazing thing about this is that this is about leveraging the funding that you're getting for your prototype and saying, hey, we want to bring in matching funding, not only from the SBIR program, but your government customer to the table. And that government customer is signaling that they want to transition that technology to a program of record. And you're supposed to leverage the TACFI and StratFi programs as a way to get into the government budget cycle. Especially on the DoD side, right? The government budget cycle there is planned out 2 to 5 years in advance for some capabilities, right? They know what they're going to spend. They know what the requirements are for the next 2 years. And in that time, you're like, hey, I'm a startup. I need cash in the next 3 to 6 months. I need to be able to close those contracts. The TACFI and StratFi program is a great opportunity for those startups to say, hey, we're recognizing that we're going to get some cash in the door now. At the same time, that government customer saying, hey, we're willing to put a little bit of money that, you know, to fulfill this requirement on the table, and allows them the time to reconfigure, hey, what that future budget looks like. It also gives the startup a great opportunity to validate, hey, we've built this prototype of this technology and capability. Now we want to scale it across the enterprise. How do you do that for the Air Force, right? What's the capital that's needed? Is your solution actually going to work at scale? And so the TACFI and StratFi programs really allow companies to go in and do that. You know, I'd mentioned if you were a supersonic aircraft, Well, one of the cool wins that came through this program was leveraging the Strat 5 process. They got a $30+ million contract to develop the next generation supersonic aircraft. Excuse me. And the cool thing from this, right, it started out with a phase 1 going into a phase 2, and then really leveraging large dollar amounts of the TAC-FI and Strat 5 program. And going further into that, the TAC-FI and Strat 5 program not only allow for a match with government funding, there's also an opportunity to dive in and leverage private capital as a match to bring to the table. So if you're raising a round, or if you have a ton of pre-sales, you can count that towards matching funding for these larger Air Force contracts. And what that does is it allows you to bring to the table more funding to grow your capability, and get after a $15 million match, saying, hey, we have $15 million in pre-sales, or we have $15 million in venture capital that we're raising. You can bring that to the table and say you can get $15 million in non-dilutive funding through the SBIR program through the Air Force. And that is a huge opportunity to double the amount of money that your company is going to raise or that you've made in pre-sales, and pour that back into that product development cycle. So it's a pretty awesome opportunity with the open topic process to take a company that has never worked with the government before, pitch an idea, dive into doing some feasibility studies, do a prototype, and then scale out and build out enterprise-wide solutions with the Air Force, and then open up other markets for you as you're developing for the Air Force. Now you get to go work and possibly sell across the Army, the Navy, the Space Force. And you also get to look at, hey, what are the other federal agencies that might want to leverage this capability or technology? A lot of tech that might be developed for the Space Force side, NASA might have a need for that as well. So what are those technologies that you can develop there that you can also look at and breaking in as a beachhead into other government markets? So the cool thing here, right, is if you're a dual use company and you're like, hey, we want to sell into the government space, there's a ton of opportunity in building dual use tech, leveraging SBIR, STTR funding. So a couple other things I wanted to cover was about how do you build a winning government proposal, right? Many of you are like, hey, this is a process that takes hours and hours, and it takes hundreds of pages of submission. Sometimes it does feel like that there are a lot of requirements in the government proposal process. The open topic process, I'd argue, is one of the better ones that is out there, and it's reshaping this sort of entire industry of how do you leverage R&D funding. The open topic process is a 25-page slide deck that you have to submit for the open topic process. The phase 2 is a 15-page white paper. And it's a awesome opportunity as a company to say, hey, we want to share technology, we want to share commercial traction, and we want to share what the government need is here. And it's presented in a way that, as you would be engaging for a pitch deck or selling in the commercial world, here those same modules and questions are included in your government proposal here as well. And then if you take a look at some of the other SBIR programs, or if you're submitting another contract opportunity, it might require a 50-page response to some of that work. But the thing is, you're not alone in that process. There are a ton of resources out there to help you decipher and understand how to work with government proposals. And if you're looking at building a winning government proposal, some of the key things to think about are, one, you want to read the full solicitation, right? They're going to have specific requirements on the format, on the evaluation criteria, and you want to make sure that you are replying to all of that. So let's dive a little bit deeper into the evaluation criteria side. If you're going after that non-dilutive funding, there's going to be a set of criteria that the government actually has to lay out prior to putting out that solicitation. So a unique advantage is, unlike the commercial market, you know what you're going to be evaluated on, what they're going to grade you on and say, hey, is this a good proposal or not? So you can specifically answer those things in your proposal. I'll dive into the open topic one because that's the one we help create and build. And it's also one that we can look at. Hey, there's three main criteria. It's the technical development, it is the defense need, and it's the commercial viability. So when you're looking at the technical portion of what you're doing, it's really asking about, hey, what is the technical capability of what you're creating? What are the specific, like, are you developing time travel technology, or are you developing something else? Right? Like, hey, you actually have the ability to develop a new titanium alloy, and you've shown that, hey, the science can work behind this, right? So it's that soundness of your technical approach, that you're actually developing something that is not fanciful, but it's something that it's hard science and say, yep, this can actually be done. And that the SBIR STTR program's quick side note here is that it doesn't only apply to like hard technologies. It can also apply to developing a new process or developing new software. Those are all things that are covered under the SBIR STTR program as well. So, as going back to the criteria piece, that on the technical merit side, right, show that you can actually develop that technology, and what does that look like? Then on the defense need side, you want to specifically take a look at, hey, who in the military, like, what is the specific thing that they're looking to solve? Why is it relevant in today's day and age, right? Are you developing hypersonic capabilities? And is that the cutting edge of what we're doing? Or, hey, are you improving the heat resistance of material by X amount? Are you developing new software that allows for us to leverage AI and ML in the future and take a look at, hey, what are better ways that we defend our network? Or how are we managing the data across all of the programs that the Air Force does for an ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance? So really define that defense need to very specific, even down to the individual level. Say, hey, these are the people that care about this problem, and this is the mission impact that it will have to the work that they're doing. And maybe you don't know that for your phase one process as you're getting into this, but that's happy to help decipher that and work into that with you, and we can have a follow-up conversation there. But it's really about doing some of that research as well. Like, you're not selling, hey, I want to sell to the Air Force as a whole, but here's a specific problem set inside of the Air Force that you want to get after. And then the last big evaluation criteria, right, is the commercialization potential. And so this is where you really want to show what traction you have as an organization. And you want to be able to say, hey, we've sold $300,000 of this particular product. We have X amount of downloads or X amount of subscriptions and active users to what we're building and developing. So as you're taking a look at what is happening in your criteria for commercialization, you want to really go down to the traction, like the specific numbers, like what is the traction you've created, and what happens if you get this R&D funding? How is that going to improve your commercialization for the work that you're doing? So it's a pretty awesome opportunity as you're looking at evaluation criteria for this non-dilutive capital to look at the specific words that are being used in the evaluation criteria. Make sure that you're putting in those answers into your response. Make it easy to read. Government proposals don't all have to be a blank 12-point font and just text. Make sure you put in graphics. Make it easy to understand. So if I was the one evaluating it, I know that, hey, this is someone that has professional opportunity. The R&D is going to move the needle in this specific way, and this is the impact that it's going to have if it was selected. And that even applies to all the specific topic opportunities. And you want to make sure you're answering all of these questions in plain English as well, right? There's a lot of opportunity to dive into the super technical pieces, and there's a space for that. But up front, answer these questions very specifically and very plainly in your response. So, big thing of what we covered here today was understanding, hey, what is dual use tech? And that is, hey, dual use tech is about leveraging capabilities that are both sold in the commercial market and then can also be sold to government. And the best companies, I would argue nowadays, have the opportunity to sell to both. And you can be a high growth company that's selling commercially and be opening up the DoD market and the government market as well. There's tons of opportunity, over $3.2 billion of non-dilutive capital through the SBIR STTR program. There's 11 different agencies that are covering that, and you can work and apply to all of those. We talked about the SBIR STTR program and specifically more about the Air Force Open Topic process, that the open topic is a great opportunity for any company that wants to get their foot in the door. A super cool portion of that is if you win an SBIR STTR contract, you have sole source opportunities to work with anybody in government. And so it's a huge benefit to say, hey, anyone can now come directly to you for that solution. We talked a little bit about customer discovery with the Air Force. What does that look like? Who do you need to talk to in terms of, hey, you want to make sure you're targeting a specific program office, and you want to be asking those honest, direct questions about, hey, what is the opportunity you see and how do you get there? And then we talked a little bit about building winning proposals and how to engage in understanding the evaluation criteria. And so as you guys are looking at the government space, if you want to jump in and you want to understand how do you get after some of this opportunity that's out there, feel free to ping me on LinkedIn. Feel free to shoot me a message at the Outpost. We're happy to help you out and help you understand how to navigate the government space. We do everything from business development to proposal writing, and we've had amazing success over the last few years. We've helped over 200 companies win over $300 million in government. And so it's a great opportunity to jump in, encourage companies to check it out. And Javy, I'm glad to see you that you're back. Happy to jump into any questions or closing comments.
Thank you so much for that, Joey. I really appreciate that. That was awesome. That was very informative. I definitely have a few questions for you that I'll connect with you offline. But if anyone in the audience has any questions for Joey before we sign off for our midday break, Joey, while we wait for some questions, where can people connect with you online?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the outpost.cloud is our website. And the other place that I check out, right, is you can look for me on LinkedIn, Joey Arora, and put my email and content here in chat, joey@theoutpost.cloud.
Awesome. I don't see any questions. So maybe I'll ask you a question while we wait. Here we have a few more minutes left. As far as for someone that's never done this, wanting to apply for some of this non-dilutive grant, can you I don't know if you can give some tips and tricks, throughout, is it an application process, an interview, and, what does that process look like? And what are your best practices or strategies for someone to successfully get that funding?
Yeah. So a majority of these are actually written application, right? So there's not really an interview process for this. So what you want to be doing as you're getting after these, you want to be very specific in your responses of hey, I answered the evaluation criteria. You want to show what is the technology that you're building and how does that tie back into research and development, right? This is the SBIR STTR funding is not for already developed products, but it's about pushing the boundaries further in those technology areas. And you want to identify a champion inside a government or a program that this is truly going to have an impact on, and be able to succinctly describe what the value is to that program and have a champion inside, right? Building those relationships with people who care about that technology.
That's great. And so with the applications, sorry, I'm not trying to hog, just trying to fill in some time while we wait for some questions to roll in. As far as these written response, is there a maximum of how much a company can get per year? I mean, is it, is there different funds, or is it just typically that one fund that you mentioned that they have $11 million, I believe you said, for
3.2 billion available in the SBIR STTR programs, right? And then you can You can get multiple awards through the SBIR SCTR program. So key thing is, right, you can't be paid for equivalent work, right? You can't be paid twice to do the same work. But if you have a lot of ideas and technology that you're developing, you can get multiple awards from multiple organizations to keep developing it. But a key thing to remember, right, and companies are going to be evaluated on is, are you taking any of the money that you're getting and actually commercializing that product? Because a key goal of the SBIR SCTR program is to see these technologies being developed and continuing to be sold in the commercial sector as well. It goes back to the idea of like, hey, we want dual use and we want to see companies be successful commercially.
That makes sense. Yeah, helping them accelerate sounds like as part of that process. Cool. Well, it looks like we're at the end of the conversation time mark. So, Joey, thank you so much again for joining us today. That was, again, very insightful for me. I took a lot of notes. Thank you. I'll connect with you offline. Everyone else that's joined us, I'm going to let Joey go here and bring back. Oh, looks like we have one question. If you have some time, Joey.
Yeah. How long does it take to engage and work towards submitting a proposal? So I'd say that's normally a 2 to 3 month process. So at the Outpost, we do a minimum 3-month engagement because we want to understand your company and we want to understand what is the opportunity and build those relationships as we're going through the submission process, not only with the company and the technology, but also with the stakeholders that you're looking to work with and helping them understand what those opportunities are as well.
Very cool. I hope that answered your question, Alex. Thank you for that, Joey. Appreciate it. Again, connect with him on LinkedIn. And then will you be sharing your slides with our audience, Joey?
Yeah, I can. I can send you guys some things afterwards and we can go from there.
Sorry, you didn't even have a presentation. What am I saying? I apologize for that. Can we get your contact information? I'll connect with you so we can kind of share it with everyone.
Yeah.
And yeah, check out Joey's company, The Outpost. If you're looking for more information on how to get some of this funding, they've won a lot of great contracts, and I'm just helping a lot of companies succeed in that space. So, Joey, thanks again. I hope you have a great rest of the day. For everyone else that's on the call, we will be taking a short break, and then my co-host Adam will be kicking us off in the second half. So we are taking a break from here, 11:15, if I'm not mistaken, all the way to 11:35 Eastern. So 20 minutes. We'll be back. And thanks for joining us for the first half. We'll see y'all in a little bit here for the second half.
All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a very relaxing yet brisk lunch break. I'd like to introduce to you all our next speaker, Michael Schuerman, Vice President of Growth at Dorsey. And the title of this discussion is The Growth Mindset. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on here.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate you guys having me on. Like I said, shout out to Andrei and all the crew at Glorium Technologies. I know this is a big event to put on. It takes a lot of working parts and logistics to pull off. So I appreciate you guys for putting this on and bringing us all together as a growth community. So I do feel like a little bit of an imposter, though, Adam. I am no longer at Dorsey. It's part of the nature of being at an early seed stage startup, but I am starting a new position in growth at another company. So just tune into my LinkedIn to stay in tune with that. So it seems like we're having a little bit of audio. I want to microphone here. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. All right. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. Sorry. If it gets bad, just let me know, guys. No one wants to listen to a 30-minute presentation with bad audio. So perfect, guys. So without further ado, let's kind of jump into the agenda, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself, and then we'll jump right into the content so we can discuss a little bit better. Excuse me, a little bit later. All right, agenda today, very unorthodox, right? Some of you guys might be clicking the button right now and say, oh my gosh, what is this? This has nothing to do with growth, but I assure you it does. I just like to get a little creative with the agenda items, kind of explore topics and kind of from a different angle. So first thing I'm going to talk about is outer space, right? Who doesn't love to talk about outer space? We'll go into hitting the gym, what that looks like. Some of you guys like to do that physically, but I want to talk about what it looks like to do that mentally, as well as get into a little bit of physical. But then the last thing is operating within the cracks, kind of unpacking that. What does that mean? And then how do we do that on our day-to-day, week-to-week roles to better level up what we're doing here? All right, so get a little bit of feedback here that the sound is bad. Adam, not sure how to fix that.
It looks like I don't have a clue either. As far as the moderator or support staff, is there any way to resolve this?
All right. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, I can hear you. It's a little faded. It sounds very distant, as if you're kind of like very far away. I can hear you though.
Okay, got it. So I don't know if that's me or you guys. The first time I've heard anything about my mic not working, so I'm not really sure where that's coming from. All right, it says on Michael's side, not ours. I'm not sure, guys. It's the first time I've had that feedback. Would reducing the video resolution, you think that might help for bandwidth? No, maybe not. Okay. All right, let's go on, guys. I hope that the audio improves. Again, apologies if it is my side. Usually this setup works pretty well. So let me get into the introductions. Try to be brief here, right? I always say I'm not the smartest guy, right? But I've accomplished at least a decent amount, I think, to stand on the platform and be able to unpack some growth practices, right, to help us all level up a little bit. So I'm a husband of 11 years. The reason I have some of this stuff, all right, change the mic. Sorry, guys. All right, hold on. Stand by.
Okay. You guys can't hear me. All right.
So on my side, when I'm testing this speaker or this input, it shows full bars on the green, guys. So I'm not sure where. Okay, you can hear me. All right, cool. Is that better? Better quality? Awesome. All right, we'll keep going, guys. If it gets bad, just let me know. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties. Again, not sure what's going on. So anyway, so the first two things I have up here, because these are the most important things in my life. So I'm a husband of 11 years, a father of 3. I have an 8-year-old daughter, a 7-year-old son, a 3-year-old son. So you can imagine life stays pretty busy around my household, keeps me on my toes. I like to think of myself as a growth architect, dating way back to, almost like a teenager, just figuring out interesting solutions to kind of everyday problems, and helping those solutions scale, right? So spent a little bit of time at Zillow, helping them develop a new partnership channel, which we scaled about 10x. We can get into numbers on that if you guys want to ping me online, LinkedIn. But I do spend a majority of my time in the property tech space, or the prop tech space, which is really fun and exciting because the 10-year arc on this industry, it's a massive problem to solve. And I think there's, multiple problems on the micro scale within that industry, but that is kind of what I'm focused on at the moment in terms of solving some big problems there. So I do live in Atlanta, Georgia. So go Bulldogs. I'm not originally from here. I grew up in Orlando, Florida. So you guys can table all your Disney jokes. Probably heard them all. But yeah, I did grow up in Orlando. And I went to UCF. So go Knights, if you guys are familiar with that. And I thought UCF would be a pretty good segue into kind of the first topic. UCF, I don't know if you guys know this. I'm going to throw some fun facts at you because, I'm a big fan of my undergrad and my alma mater. So it does boast the largest undergraduate student body at 70,000 students. So it is the largest university in the nation right now in the US. But more interesting and more of a segue is that it has a huge space program, right? So it's a relatively young university. It was partnered with NASA when it was first launched in the 60s. And about 40% of NASA's employees do come from UCF. So again, go Knights and charge on. But that brings me to my first topic. So I want to talk a little bit about outer space, right? And you're probably thinking to yourself, okay, I just got done with lunch, or I'm about to go to lunch. Why is this guy talking about outer space? Well, we're really supposed to be talking about growth, right? But I think it'll make sense once we start to kind of unpack it. So just stick with me. If you're an outer space nerd like myself, you're going to love it. So let's just dive in. Okay, so the image in the upper left, I'm sure you guys have seen this. It seems like everybody's been talking about it. I was talking about it with my kids. I mean, just tons of fascination around some of the new images that the James Webb Telescope has been able to uncover, images that we've never seen before. So like in this picture, right, we're seeing light and the way that things used to exist over 13 billion years ago, which kind of blows my mind, right? I'm not a NASA person. I don't work for NASA. I'm not a scientist. So how that happens, you guys can do some deeper research. It's probably for another conversation, but it's still pretty mind-blowing when you think about it, right? When you look at that image and seeing kind of an early part of a universe that existed, well before our time now. The other thing is, over 100 years ago, we thought we were kind of the only galaxy. And as we developed this advanced technology, we're starting to uncover, right? I say we, like I'm one of the scientists, but we're starting to uncover that there's trillions of galaxies out there, which is pretty mind-blowing. And to kind of add context to this picture, right? This picture was taken in terms of the size of it was about a grain of sand. Right. So when my kids and I were talking about it, we were looking at a little speck of salt. Right. And it's like essentially the imagery that we're seeing in this. And obviously there's plenty others. You guys can Google it. Really amazing photos. Right. But in the size of a speck of sand. Right. That just blows my mind. Right. Makes me feel really small. I don't know about you guys. If you've thought about this a lot, I start to think about it more and more, especially when I see images like this. I think about it every morning when I get up, and it's just like, wow, the universe is so big. Right. And it makes me feel so small. And then really kind of dives into what's my purpose. Right.
The other picture right here, I thought was also fascinating, right? This was from over 2,000 years ago, right? Before writing was starting to be even invented in the ancient Mesopotamian times. Besides being a beautiful image, right? It just blows my mind again that we can capture something of this magnitude that existed 2,000 years ago, but we can see it present day just because of all the science and things behind light, right? In terms of how we're able to do that. So kind of segueing into that, guys, the 1 in 400 trillion, right? You're like, okay, well, what does that mean? We're going through a lot of space statistics here, but I want to start pivoting to us, right? So 1 in 400 trillion is the odds that you were even born, right? It's the odds that even I was born. When I kind of was doing some research, right, for this talk today, again, just really blew my mind. I was like, I already thought I was small, right? When there's trillions of galaxies and some within the speck of a grain of sand, right? But even more so in the sense of, man, it took 1 in 400 trillion odds just for me to be born. It's, yeah, just unbelievable. So pause for a second, let that fact sink in. I think it's really important, guys, as we wake up every morning. I mean, it's a blessing to have, air in our lungs, be able to tackle and do the things that we love to do. If you got friends, family, what have you, right? Every day, every morning we wake up, it's a blessing. So again, the chances of us virtually existing are almost zero, right? I saw an analogy where it said, if we kind of combined all the oceans together, right, and eliminated all the turtles except one, and we threw a life buoy into the ocean, right, off of a boat, the exact chances in terms of this 1 to 400 trillion, right, would be that turtle comes up and surfaces the water and hits the dead center of that buoy, right? Pretty slim chance, and in fact, very, very, very slim, and 1 to 400 trillion. So hopefully that puts it in context to you. But for another analogy, I thought this was also interesting, right? So the Hubble telescope, and you guys can kind of see the difference between the two. I think they actually complement each other, right? The Hubble telescope, looking at the exact same image, right? When we look at it through the James Webb telescope, uncovers all these other things, right? We're literally looking at it on the left in the Hubble telescope, right? But in the right, look at all the other things that are there, but it just took changing our lens or changing our perspective to see that, right? How often does that happen in our day-to-day, where we need to kind of pause and reflect, and even in some cases lean on some other people to gain better perspective and help us uncover the things that are not there, right? Which kind of starts to lead us into this growth topic, right? But how much more could we understand, right? If we kind of understood and changed our perspective and paused throughout the day, right? I think we would gain a lot more perspective, not just from a life understanding, but also from a business understanding as well, right? So now that we've talked about outer space, you guys are like, okay, where's he going with this? I do want to talk about the difference between a growth and a fixed mindset, right? And some of you guys are kind of probably already familiar with this. You're in the growth field, perhaps. But I think some of this is interesting, and I think we're going to learn a thing or two in terms of what we think fixed mindset or growth mindset is versus what it really is, right? So fixed mindset, right? Typically, we believe that intelligence and talents are static, right? Success is accomplished solely based on the talent and little effort from that. A growth mindset, an example, I guess, before I go into that, right? A fixed mindset, kind of, you guys know people like this, right? And just a spoiler alert, we're all growth and fixed mindset. It's a mix, right? Nobody is a pure growth mindset. We'll talk about that in a second, so hang tight. But the fixed mindset person, I know, I have a father-in-law, very fixed mindset, right? Where it says, this is the way it's always been done, right? Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but either way, this is the way it's always been done. So why change it, right? Whereas a growth mindset, right, is going to say, hey, yeah, this has been the always way it's been done. But let's look at a new way of maybe doing this. See if we can make it more efficient. See if we can make it better. See if customers love it more, right? So some of the things that make up a growth mindset is embracing challenges, right? People with a growth mindset view failure as a springboard for growth and to stretch our abilities, right? So the fixed mindset person is going to look, they're going to do their best to avoid all risk, all failure. And again, we're both guys, right? And we've been in situations where we want to avoid risk and failure, right? And sometimes we see that failure because it reveals inadequacies about us, maybe that we're coming up short in some ways. And obviously I'm in the same boat with you, right? We've all been there, and it sucks. No one likes to feel that way, but the failure is not something that defines us, right? And so trying to work our growth muscle, if you will, right? Getting ourselves into that growth mindset will help us look at setbacks in a different way, right? They don't label us. Setbacks can be motivating, right? And an informative input, kind of like a wake-up call. So I tried something, I failed. What is this information telling me? How can I pivot, right? Whether it's with your team, whether it's, you know, your personal life, something you're trying, like a sales funnel in your business, right? Failures are a great thing. You guys have heard this over and over, I'm sure, from people much more smarter than myself, right? But I want to caution us to also be careful, right, about the growth mindset, because there's some misconceptions that I think probably don't often get talked about, right? Which is, I already have it, you know, and I always have had it, right? Since I was born this way. But people often confuse kind of a growth mindset, and I did too for a long time until I kind of learned what a true growth mindset was. You know, we confuse that with being flexible or open-minded or having a positive outlook. Qualities, you know, we feel like everyone has always had, but again, we're a mixture of both mindsets. And the only way that continues to evolve is with experience. Pure growth mindset doesn't exist, guys, which is crazy because some of us always believe that, right? Oh, I'm born this way. I'm always positive, never negative. I'll turn a negative into a positive. But the fact is we do have both, right? It's just about being more self-aware in terms of subconsciously or consciously being able to address it, and also doing some things throughout our days and installing that into our daily routines to make sure that we strengthen that muscle, if you will, right? The other misconception, right, which is a growth mindset, is just about praising and rewarding effort. And that's not necessarily a good thing either, because this isn't true, for example, for students in school. It's definitely not true for employees and organizations. In both settings, the outcomes matter, right? So an unproductive effort obviously is never a good thing. It's critical to reward not just the effort, right, but maybe the learning, the process, and to emphasize the process that yields those things, such as seeking help from others, which I do very often, trying new strategies, and then capitalizing on setbacks to move forward effectively. So, you know, the outcome, the bottom line, follows deeply, guys, from engaging in these processes. So now that we've talked about what the difference is between growth mindset, fixed mindset, and being aware of some of the misconceptions, and we kind of break that down, I also want to, you know, kind of end this section with a positive note, right, which is, regardless of how we differ, right, on this call, and if you're listening to this after the recording, we all have different talents, and that's something to be celebrated, right? Different aptitudes, different interests, temperaments, what have you. But the good news is this, right? We can still grow, right, through the application of some of the things we're going to talk about, some things that I might not talk about that you're already doing. So keep on doing those, but it is about the application and the experience, right? So let's dive into, okay, we know the difference, right? We're aware of the misconceptions. Michael, how do we grow this muscle, right? How do we get better with our growth mindset? So I always say, we're going to hit the growth gym, right? You guys ready? Cool. All right. So listen, I want to go through a few exercises. It's going to be, and before I go into this, so hear me out, because some of this is a little philosophical. I am getting stuff in the next section, so stick with me. The practical, hey, show me tactically, how do I solve a problem, that I'm trying to solve within my business. But believe me, when I first saw some of these exercises, a couple of years ago, I was like, yeah, these are just, yoga type mentality, soft concepts, right? But I promise you, right, if you guys try some of this stuff, you will start to see the change. You will start to see results. So just stick with me, right? Keep an open mind, keep a growth mindset as we go into some of these exercises, okay? So the first exercise is introspection, right? Simple enough. Introspection obviously is a great method when you're engaging in mindset activities. Take the time to reflect on your triumphs and challenges, right? So a very easy way I want to give you guys kind of a framework here is to kind of look at it like this, right? So first we talk about the rose, right? You've heard people say, oh, you got rose-colored glasses on, right? You look at everything positively, nothing's bad. But in this case, this is good. We do want to jot down, and for those of you guys that love to journal, this is also a great exercise for that. But you want to figure out the highlights, right? The positive events that happened that day, that week, and it can consist of celebrating even small victories, right? Maybe it was a small sale that led to a bigger sale, or is going to lead to a bigger sale. Different successes and kind of appreciating the moments that went well, right? Next, we're going to move to the thorn, right? This is a setback or anything negative that may have occurred that week or that day. You're going to focus on the challenge, right? We're not going to run away from those. We're going to press into it. And any roadblocks that might have hindered, right, any work that had, blocked you from achieving that successful outcome, right? And then lastly, guys, we're going to look to the future a little bit, right, in terms of what's budding right now, what's coming to fruition. Obviously, this area refers to something you're looking forward to in the future. It could be personal, it could be business. This is a great exercise to do with your employees as well, by the way, and start creating that culture of growth mindset. But everything is an opportunity to explore the possible outcomes and apply new learnings, right? Think of like Google's like hackathon, right? And all these other things that go on in these tech companies where new products and new ideas are developed, new services, because they took the time to do some of this and get introspective and come up with new creative solutions, right? Exercise number 2 is find the positives, right? So again, guys, I know this is really hokey to do this. I never used to stand in front of a mirror or whatever, but I've met tons of people in the growth end that do this, right? And if looking in front of the mirror is scary, which for me it is, I kind of scare myself when I get in front of the mirror. Another way you can do this is record yourself, right? I know some growth experts that are really, really good at what they do. And they record some of these positive phrases and them, right, as they go to sleep, to kind of ingrain that in the subconscious mind, right? So things like, I strive for progress, not perfection. I wonder what this experience is trying to teach me, guys. And it kind of goes back to that first exercise of, what can we do differently, right? What are we learning as we go through this experience? It's okay that I haven't figured it out yet, right? Sometimes we put that pressure on ourselves. I do that all the time, right? Where it's like, hey, this task on me, this is a huge task, right? If I don't accomplish task, there could be some failure within the company. But if I'm putting that all on my own shoulders, right, I'm not giving myself permission to explore and experiment and fail, right? And those are all good things. So the other thing too, guys, again, we know it's okay to make mistakes, but also to keep telling ourselves this is not a dead end, right? As oftentimes as we'll kind of go down a path of what we think is going to be a successful outcome. It's important that you take time, right? You carve out time, record yourself, use the mirror if you love how you look, right? Talk to yourself. Again, guys, it's super important, right? Because everybody else is talking to you all day long, right? Some of that's positive and some of it's not so much, right? Maybe it's a boss, maybe it's a parent, maybe it's a friend that's saying stuff that's not necessarily conductive to your growth. So it's really important that you talk to yourself in a positive way and try to change that outcome. Okay, last one, guys. I'll try to breeze through these. I know we had some tech difficulties, so we're running short on time for Q&A, but exercise 3 is just mindfulness, guys. So whether you're a yoga person, meditation, walking, I actually do my best thinking when I'm walking around the block. New ideas pop into my mind. I'm able to clear my mind before I go on that walk, so I can clear all stressors, right? So that I can think clearly, and the outcomes are typically pretty positive, right? So make sure you're doing that. And again, put in some other things in here like working out with weights or, taekwondo or whatever it is, guys. I mean, for everybody, I think it's going to be different. But you'll notice some of these exercises that are on here, right, involve us stopping, right, major movements at least, and slowing down so that we can kind of catch up with our thoughts, right, and start to kind of digest those thoughts, remove what doesn't need to be there, keep and hold on and unpack what does need to be there, right? So some other growth gym activity, if you will, right? And this will be available on the recording. So again, I'll kind of breeze through these, but take challenges, guys. When Andrei reached out to me for this event, I'll use this as a great example. Didn't know him, didn't know Glorium Technologies, but it was an opportunity to kind of stretch and expand, what I'm.
Right. So take on new challenges, both things in life. Foster that grit. A lot of you guys are in startups right now. We know what that means. But fostering that in terms of your culture, your mentality is huge. Incorporate yet, right? I haven't done this, whatever that this is yet, right? Dot. Don't forget the yet, guys, right? We put a lot of pressure on ourselves. We got to get it done now. We got to get it done now, right? Don't forget the yet. Jot down your goals, reflect, find your purpose, guys. And your purpose, it definitely filters down through what you're doing as a career, right? If you don't know that purpose, you got to capture that vision, right? Because it's going to make coming to work.
Hey, Michael, you're cutting out a lot. It's like every second or third word is kind of missing.
You definitely have purpose as to why you're here. So make sure you dive in and figure that out if you haven't already, right? Last one, guys, I'll cruise through these. But there's some really good practical examples. So for those of you logistical, tactical people and growth that stuck around in this talk, appreciate you hanging on. I hope you got coffee. Real quickly, I want to talk about what is operating in the cracks, right? So the first one is, okay, you guys are saying I'm cutting out. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. Usually, again, that works pretty flawlessly. But I'll just keep it going. Example one, Airbnb, right? This is a great example, and I know a lot of you guys know this because they've kind of become the darling of the startup world. But maybe some of you don't know this. I don't know, but I'm going to throw it out there, right? All right, you guys are saying it sounds very bad. I don't know. Man. All right. All right, can you guys hear me now? Is that better? No, maybe. Okay. Yeah, Adam, just wait. I'll try to breeze through this. Sorry for the audio. All right, guys. So Airbnb, back to that. Again, tons of things. We're gonna keep going. Growth mindset, right? Nothing's gonna set us back. So Airbnb was able to grow pretty rapidly, guys, through a very unorthodox method, right? Which again, some of you guys know this, was they started jumping on Craigslist, right? And I haven't been on there in a while, right? I should have checked before this to see if it still exists. I'm sure it does. But Craigslist was very analog, right? It wasn't very sexy at all. But growth doesn't really have to be sexy, right? The boring things often work. You don't need necessarily paid ads or fancy funnels, especially when you're first starting out. I'm kind of speaking more of that. You need to write a few sentences, right? And then focus on finding your customers where they are. That's exactly what Airbnb did. So, all right. Impossible to hear me. I don't know, guys.
Battery 5 connected to VSKTOP CVS09ME.
No. Test. Adam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's still a little bit of an echo, though.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. I've used this setup, all day, every day, and never had issues with it.
Sure.
So I'm not really. What's going on? You want me to continue? You want to jump into questions?
Sure, I can. I could certainly throw some talking points in there, and perhaps expand on some of my thoughts. When somebody is, let's say, going about this process to either balance or ascertain whether they're in a growth or a fixed mindset, what are the first steps to self-correct that for people? Because I think there's that phrase that we as the individuals are often unreliable narrators about ourselves. So for people going about that process, how do they start? Because some people may either have a very inflated sense of self, which is very distorted, or a very deflated sense of self, which is kind of like self-defeating and in some cases self-destructive. So I wanted to know your thoughts as far as the first steps.
Yeah, that's a great question. For me, honestly, Adam, I mean, you're right. We do kind of lead ourselves astray in a lot of ways, but having a really close circle around you, right, guys? And I'm not talking like LinkedIn acquaintances or, things like that. Sometimes maybe that, but having a really close circle around you, I'm talking like 3 to 5 people that you've given permission. I think that's a big one, right? So I might have close friends, but deep down they might feel like, well, I don't really have the authority to speak into Michael's life and tell him what I'm seeing. I think the first step is kind of circling up, with that inner circle and saying, hey guys, look, first of all, I'm giving you permission, right? Secondly, I'm going to come to you on a whatever cadence, right? And ask for your feedback of things that you're seeing or things that I could be doing better. You can also kind of establish relationships like these at your workplace as well, right? After time. But I think leaning on that network that really knows you for you, what your core mission is in life in general, plus, whatever you're doing in your career, they'll be able to call that out. But on the flip side, you also have to be, be ready to take the feedback and kind of digest that for at least 24 to 48 hours before you're like, yeah, but, right? Otherwise that feedback from that inner circle starts to kind of die down, and then you're just kind of in an echo chamber, right?
Right. And going off that, let's say in, perhaps more unfortunate cases, if let's say somebody doesn't have, let's say that network of friends and family to lean on, or perhaps that person's network of friends and family is particularly toxic.
Yeah. Now you're getting into deep psychology.
No, it's a great presentation. It made me think of some of these points as you were going through this. So
yeah, I mean, honestly, toxic people, man, and we can probably spend a couple hours talking about that. Sure. And what the right, I think each situation is going to be different, and it especially gets really hard when it's a family member, right? Like a parent, a brother, a sister that has maybe become toxic, to a growth mindset. Right. I don't know. There's a lot of solutions there, but I think each person, listening right now is probably going to find their own path to that. I think temporarily removing someone like that is fine, and in some cases healthy, especially if you've kind of established boundaries and those get crossed, and you're just like, hey, I'm trying to live my life this way. I'm trying to grow in terms of my growth mindset. Maybe you grew up in a fixed mindset situation. But I think everyone, I don't know, each situation I think is going to be unique into itself, but there's definitely some deeper psychology aspects to that.
Right. And I'm sure you may have encountered this already, but I'm a huge history nerd. So this is a historical question, but it's very relevant to the points you were making. So, 2022 is a very complex, volatile, tumultuous period of time. Very anxious period of time, probably more so than many others. As far as balancing, the growth mindset from the fixed mindset, is it harder to do that now versus, let's say, 100 years ago or 200 years ago? Because I feel like on one hand, people now have more access to technology. On the other hand, bombarded with, social media, bombarded with a whole litany of other problems. And, I think about older times, life expectancy was drastically much shorter, but it almost seemed like it was kind of easier to kind of clear your head or something like that. Things seemed a lot more linear and straightforward, even if it came to maybe starting a business. I mean, granted, there was like different problems back then, but it seems like maybe from a cerebral level, you don't have to deal with, let's say, there's always been pandemics, but let's say, COVID, and then, social media, and then, people doxing each other and toxic behavior. You can ruin people's reputations in a fraction of a second. You couldn't do that in the 1800s. In fact, you might have actually brought more problems onto yourself. And it seemed like people were very rugged and very resilient in those days. I'm sure, if you talk to your grandparents or if I talk to my grandparents, it's very impressive, the resolve for just the average person back then, like Great Depression and World War II and, things like that. So I kind of wanted to know what your thoughts were.
Yeah, that's a great question, man. I love that you're a history buff as well. I think there's a little bit of pro and con there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, if I say something wrong, I mean, in the 1800s, I might get hung for it, right? But
Right. Yeah. Sure.
we don't have that
Yacht or,
today.
yeah,
But
something.
yeah,
Somebody might
kind of
challenge you
the
to a duel. Yeah. Duels were
yeah.
legal for a very long time in the United States. Like 80 years ago.
It was
or
very
something.
Yeah, it was very, very rough time.
Yeah.
And kind of to your point, right? I mean, I think that's where a lot of that stems from. I mean, if you even just look at grandparents who were in any world war, the mentality was, hey, the emotional side of things, the mental side of things, I got to lock that up, right? I just got to be exteriorly tough for my family when when they returned, if they returned, and a lot of that, because it's like we have the silent generation and then the boomers who were raised by that silent generation, and they were pretty silent themselves, if we're honest, right? But so yeah, I think there's a little bit of pro and con, as we kind of go throughout those periods in history. But today, for sure, man. I mean, COVID was a once in a generational,
Right.
perfect storm where technology in and of itself was kind of, already hindering some of the growth mindsets because we're constantly following people who are successful or at least appear successful, and comparing that and using those as the measuring tape to our own life. But then when you're locked into a box or your house, right, for 2 years, and that's all you have access to, I do think, there were some repercussions for that. But so yeah, I don't know. I think a little bit of pro and con, but I think the cons in today's world, if we're talking about phones and technology and social media, we can also use those for good too. I just think it's how you're letting it impact you, and some of that is conscious, right? Some of that is subconscious. Like if I scrolled through my feed right now on any social media channel and I see, oh, so and so just got a Lamborghini, or oh, so and so just got a new job promotion. I can see that stuff really quickly.
Many are full of shit anyway. You see the yacht, you see the Lamborghini, like, okay, somebody rented that out for like $500 for the day or something.
Right.
There's a whole lot of that, going on to, to say the least. And, something I wanted to ask you too, and it's a follow-up question. Do you think the problem between, I guess you could say, balancing the growth and the fixed mindset is because it seems like nowadays, and I think the fault doesn't per se rest on any type of one entity or group, but are people a little too concerned about themselves? You know what I'm saying? Like, between, social media, and you could say, everything else that goes on, I think is it fair to say it makes people kind of spiral instead of just go into some sort of introspection? Like for instance, you mentioned you're a father. I'm a father as well. I have a 5-year-old son. And, the thing is, I think this goes for many people. Once you have a kid, a lot of things that probably bothered you or irritated are virtually non-existent, because your main focus is not you. It's somebody else who, a very, a precious life, that relies on you, your son or daughter and things like that. And I felt like maybe in older times, this was, in any given continent, maybe communities were tighter, maybe families were tighter, but like I said, I'm a huge history nerd, but I never got the impression that people kind of made a mountain out of a molehill for every single event in life. Not to say that there aren't bad things that happen. I mean, life is full of tragedy, even as we are talking in 2022. But it seems like on one hand, maybe in older days, you could say life was very fleeting. People died fast, and the value of life kind of wasn't there. People kind of expected to pass away early on, and then nowadays it's like let me obsess over anything I can possibly think of, and then I don't know. It seems like we're at this weird kind of impasse, right now, and I was thinking that could be you could say that could be a obstacle to that, because maybe a lot of things in social media, people just can't detach themselves in many ways. You can't, I think like the zoom is always 1000x, I think, for a lot of people in this day and age. So there's I don't know if it's a balance, or I don't know if it's I don't know what it is, to be honest. But, these are just kind of things I thought of, throughout this. I think it's good to improve yourself, but obsessing over every little bit, it seems like a slippery slope, at least for a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%, man. And to your point, right? This is maybe a good plug to be a, to have a kid, live
Right.
outside, live
Oh, yeah.
outside yourself. Your world totally changes, right? But it could be something as simple as like, my 3-year-old, for instance, if it's like I'm thirsty, it's like, well, grab the cup and you can get the water. It's right there, right?
Right.
But the first words out of his mouth, at least for now, is I can't, right? And it's like, well, no, you can't yet because you haven't tried.
Right.
I'm not going to run over there and get it for you because, trying to teach you a little bit of self-dependence at this point. I think, in that era of families, and everything growing up, there was more self-dependence being taught because you had to, right? I mean, you're potentially grabbing a gun and going to war at 16, 14, defending the homestead, whatever era it is, right? So there's a lot more responsibility placed at a much younger age. And I think that's kind of fleeting in today's world, as well, where it's just like, man, sometimes you're seeing grown men, and this might be getting a little off topic, but, seeing grown men in their late 20s, 30s, even 40s, or even later, right? And they haven't fully grown up because they were never handed that mantle of responsibility, right? So I think, there is a balance to your point, but I think we get caught up in balance too much. That's a word that's thrown out, and everyone's always trying to achieve that. It's almost like the goalposts keep moving in terms of like, well, what is balance, right? And for everybody, I think it's going to be different. But I think just approaching that and just little tiny opportunities to instill kind of a growth mindset in, friends, family, whoever's around you in your sphere, to be that person of change, right? As you yourself are trying to strive for that.
Yeah, I'm sure balance is nothing concrete. It's never a finite destination, but it's kind of like if you're the person that loves to walk, then you're always going to be getting better. If you love the slow, you could say gradual process of going about things instead of rushing through things, that has way more resiliency and longevity than somebody or just people just looking to rush towards, whether it's, fixing a problem with themselves or outsider society. But listen, I just wanted to say thank you very much for coming on. This was a great presentation. I'm glad we had this little segment at the end to hash out some of these things. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go and introduce the next speaker, and I'll pass the mic to Javy. So coming up, we have Troy Sandidge, growth and strategy demand generation expert. And the title of this presentation is Building a Custom Growth Engine for Sustainability and Scalability. Javy, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Michael, for that presentation. I'm really excited to bring Troy on. Troy, how's it going today?
It's going good. Sending positive vibes to everybody.
Awesome. Well, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is your second time presenting at Glorium Technologies.
Yes, it is my second time. I'm excited to be back.
Yeah, I co-hosted the last event you were at, so that was a great presentation. I'm really looking forward to this one. A lot of the things that you're going to be talking about are things that I get excited about. So without further ado, I'll let you kind of take the mic and, if you want to introduce yourself and kind of start your presentation. Thanks, Troy.
Sure. I'll just dive right into it. I hope y'all don't mind. There's not enough time in the day. Let's just get right to it. Hopefully you can see my slide. I believe you can. Let's make this stuff happen. Building a custom growth engine for sustainability and scalability. So let's get right to the point. Do you want to grow? Well, I'm assuming if you're here, if you're watching live, watching the replay, having the audio while you're doing the things, of course you want to grow. Most people will say they want to grow. Who doesn't want to grow? Such a simple question. And yet actions speak louder than your words. So what does your actions say about your desire to grow? Can you be honest with yourself in this moment after the current speakers you've already heard and the speakers you will hear for the rest of the day and day two? I want you to really think about in this moment, are you doing the necessary critical actions in order for you to grow? Full stop. Full stop. You will see this more than once, so get used to it. It's meant to be a swerve and reflect and challenge. A hard stop, a hard pause. Are the odds in your favor to scale or fail? I believe in truth trajectory. Troy, what is truth trajectory? Basically, you can only go as far as you're honest with yourself. If you're not honest with yourself about your situation, about your business, about your marketplace, about your opportunities, about your strengths, your weaknesses, your competition, and everything else, how in the world do you expect to scale? So be truthful. No cap. Be truthful with your trajectory. Be truthful with your business and yourself in this moment. Many times in startups, but in just businesses in general, we can typically like really get into this mode where we just are desensitized to the reality to a point we'll create our own reality and not deal with the hard truths. So what are the hard truths, Troy? The hard truth is only 10% of startups are successful. But if you're a startup, you probably already know that. And only 80% of startups survive after year one. Well, that's doom and gloom. How does that make you feel? I'm big on emotional intelligence because based off how you feel and how you perceive yourself, how you position your mind, your business, despite this data saying you're going to fail potentially, all depends on that. And if we're thinking about jumping ahead here, how to build a growth engine, how to scale, how to really penetrate the market and own the market, and maybe if your final bottom line is to sell or to just continue to scale and scale up, it all comes down to your mind. And that's being truthful with yourself. So even though only 10% of startups are successful, you're playing with house money, baby. So you might as well do it. If you're telling me that I have a high chance of failure anyway, just walking in the door, that means everyone's unequal. So therefore, why don't I just put in the work, put in the effort, and make this happen? So you can't grow if you don't believe. Again, you think about what was in Michael's secret stuff. It was belief. It was believing in yourself. Again, big matrix fan over here. You have to believe in yourself to make things happen. And therefore, belief powers the engine. Now, I'm not a woo person. I'm not a big Disney, trying to fill it in. But I'll be really honest here, is that with your emotional intelligence and your belief, if you don't have those things in alignment, you can't grow. You can't lead. You can't hire effectively. You can't create efficient culture, and you can't drive the funds, drive the investors, drive the community to get your business, to get your startup to where you want it to be. So why do you need a growth engine? So I'm big on definitions and everything else. Growth is where the business reaches the point for expansion. And an engine is a machine used to change the energy into movement. So consistent movement creates opportunity. And if you're not moving as fast, you can do it by yourself, sure. But at a certain point, you're going to have to build a system and a series of systems to get you there. And so your growth engine may consist of a sales engine, a content engine, a marketing engine, but those are just some. There could be a plethora of other sub-engines within your growth engine to get you to where you need to be. But the key focus is to focus on building systems to keep conversations and content flowing in order for connections and conversions to occur. And being the growth strategist that I am, many times people see strategy as a one-off thing, when strategy is a living, breathing thing. If you look at any NBA team, the team could be doing well. The team's going well. They just don't get rid of the coach. The coach is there the entire time to see you through to the championship. In the same way, growth strategy is your coach. It's that match to building the system and setting it on fire. So automation plus activation equals accumulation. Are you convicted in your MVP? Do you believe there is demand for the solution for your ICP, your minimum viable product, and your ideal customer or client profile? Do you believe in that? That the demand and the solution, and are you convicted of it? Because many times I talk with startups, we talk in these different groups all the time, and they focus on the competition and their MVP and driving it out. But sometimes they're not convicted in it. They don't fully believe in it. And I do believe there's a certain way that you have to manifest your belongingness, your position in your ideal marketplace with your particular product or service or deliverable in order for you to be successful in that. And so how do we align ourselves to answer these two questions? And also, how do we position ourselves to really create that growth engine customizable for us? And if you've been to the previous one that I was part of, then you're going to know this familiar framework, the Clover framework. And it's about clarity, leverage, optimization, vision and value, execution, and results. What we've already talked about was really about the clarity of things. Okay, we know that the odds are against us. We're playing with house money. They say we're going to fail. I'm desensitizing myself to that because I want to be in the 10% that does succeed. Now, on top of all that, I want to make sure that I'm growing and scaling. I want to have the right mindset. I want to have the right team. I want to have the right culture. All that comes down to clarity, right? And then the next thing on top of all of that is you want to leverage. You want to leverage your time. You want to leverage all the different things around you. Optimization, vision, value. And, vision and value is so important, particularly with startups compared to other businesses, especially when you're starting on your early stage, is because you're literally selling a Post-it note. You're selling a vision that hasn't come to fruition yet to your investors, to funders, to a community, to a team. Maybe they're coming in with equity, all the different things. You're literally creating this vision and hoping that the vision is enough to create enough value, to create enough demand for them to be on board so you can leverage based off your clarity to execute and get the results that you want. And I apologize, I have the air conditioners too loud, so I'm trying to survive on that. But again, I want to go a little bit deeper into the Clover framework. Be clear about your goals and your why, and also would add, be clear about your MVP, be clear about your marketplace, be clear about where you want to go and where you don't want to go. Obviously, leverage your time and resources wisely. Never stop optimizing for anybody. I don't care if you're really scaling, never stop optimizing. Manifest your vision in exchange for value. We're doing this dance, whether you're with your investors, whether you're with your board, whether you're with your funders, whether you're with your team, there's a dance of value. And sometimes we have to make sure we're receiving enough value back as we're giving. Because if we give out too much as people who lead startups or are part of a startup, the burnout rate is astronomical. So you must make sure that you're in alignment, that you're getting enough value to fill up your well to go along with your execution for everything. And obviously, the name of the game is results. No excuse, just produce. That's it. That's all. And I think sometimes we can get so caught up in the ideology of what we're building, but we don't align that and measure that with our results. And ask yourself, is your current KPIs or OKRs practical? Do they make sense? Are they in alignment with justifying your progress? We don't want to be in a situation where we're on a hamster wheel and we're not moving effectively down the road. That really comes down to making sure that you're getting the results that you need. And once you get them, we're on to the next thing. Celebrate, do what you need to do, reset, go get it again. Now, the quickest route to success is a straight line. A straight line is simple. So we need to embrace the power of simplicity. I speak in simple terms. I'm a simple guy. I don't know every acronym. I don't know all the jargon. I don't have every connection. But I do know is that when you keep things as simple as possible and can speak on what you know, produce on what you know, people can resonate with it. They can align with it. They can be an advocate for it, an evangelist for it, and they'll buy it. Because when things are as simple as state in the mind, people have less friction. Therefore, they can make quicker decisions. The quicker the decision, the quicker the buy, the quicker the sell, the quicker the output. And all that comes down to being simple. And most startups, generally most businesses, are not embracing simplicity enough. Tell me, you use this software, you get this CRM product, you do all these different things, you pay for ads, and you just dump money into it. 50K, 100K, 500K, $1 million a year, whatever the ratio equivalent to where you are in your startup or your business is. And you just run with it. And you're doing all these different things, but is it moving the needle? Or are you just staying busy to stay busy? I'd rather be productive instead of being busy. And to avoid the high of always being busy but never getting anywhere is keeping things as simple as possible. put your key goals on a sticky note. That's your key goals. That's how we're going to move. That's how we're going to do these things. Full stop. Kind of talked about this already, but I want to dive a little bit deeper for my own sanity and to really bring it to the next level here. What many startups focus on: go to market as quickly as possible. They want to jump to scaling. They may be too lean to a fault, and obviously they just want to sell. Well, most startups should focus on testing their go-to-market strategy, then making sure they can sustain a high-quality output, then scaling that output for they can scale their growth, then stabilize that, then simplify it, becoming more lean, and then if your output is to sell, then sell. What's the difference between this one and this one? And I'm going to just say it like this. Focus on sustainability first, then scale second. You understand that the relevancy of time for a startup is completely different than a lot of other situations. And so, yeah, I get it. You want to grow and you want to take the metrics and have the report that says your value is at this point now and at these things. But if you can't make sure that what your operations and what you're doing has a capacity to output at that level genuinely beyond just what's on the paper or what someone has evaluated you as, that means your foundation is probably built on toothpicks versus being built on cement. And so if we go a step back, the difference, if you're trying to move as quickly as possible, you're going to cut corners. Now, I'm all about being lean and doing as much as you can. If you're bootstrapping or you're Series A or whatever thing you're on with funding, I understand you have to make decisions and cut corners in certain regards or cut costs in certain regard, or wait till you get another series of funding or demand or sales to make your moves, whatever phase you're in. However, don't fall into the trap where you're just trying to scale now, and you don't have a foundation to stand on. And that's why it's very critical that you test your go-to market strategy, and you can have a sustainable output from that. Then scale. So again, sustainability first, scale second. Now, another thing I want to talk about, this is very critical, is about the 4 currencies for you to be successful as a startup. And no, I'm not talking about crypto, so I won't bore you with anything like that. The 4 currencies I'm talking about is time, money, knowledge, and skill. We battle with these 4 things all the time. And when you're entering into the startup world, you have maybe 1 or a few of these things, but you probably don't have all of these things in abundance or where you want it to go. You maybe have enough time, but you don't have enough money. So you're probably bootstrapping or you're waiting for your next series round funding. Maybe you have the skill, but you don't have the full knowledge of all the things involved to make your startup successful. Or maybe you have the knowledge, but you don't have the time because you're working a full-time job while you're trying to develop and scale your startup. Obviously, we can have all 4 in limited powers. We would. It's like the 99 on NBA 2K. We want 99 stat in all 4, but that's not reality. But that doesn't mean you still can't tap into all 4 currencies to position your startup for success. If you have money, you can hire other individuals, whether it's freelancer contractors or bring people on, to take some of your load off to free up more time for you to spend time elsewhere. If you have money, again, you can pay for more knowledge to get the education, to get the understanding, to get the connections, to get the mentors or the coaches necessary to give you the direction for you to do that, or to even improve your skill. Same thing, vice versa. If you don't have the money, but you have the time, I convert my time as a barter for skill, and then that skill for knowledge. And there's unlimited combinations of how you're going to move about this. But it's very critical in this moment to really process and ask yourself, for you to take on something, if you're a few or one of many, how are you implementing your time? Is it worth your time? Is it worth spending your money? And maybe you can do it, but it may not be expedient for you to do it because your time could be spent elsewhere. Or if you're going to double down and do that, do you have the sincere skill to make it successful? Maybe you brought it to a certain point and now things have changed. You have to measure yourself against these currencies and make sure that it's in alignment for you to be at your most optimal state. Now, something people always want to talk about and project. hypergrowth, which is the rapid expansion where your compound annual growth rate is at least 40% or higher, above what you even projected for the year. Everybody wants to achieve hypergrowth. Everybody wants to expand and do what they need to do. Of course, who wouldn't? To get to hypergrowth, obviously, managing your foreign currencies, focus on sustainability, and then scaling, all that comes into play in this critical moment. But to go a little bit further, there's 6 phases to hypergrowth, in my personal opinion: investigation, initiation, integration, implementation, innovation, and introspection. I want to investigate the market. If I don't understand my marketplace, if I don't understand the competition, if I don't understand the lay of the land, how can I make moves? How can I make calculated decisions? Initiation, I want to initiate my thoughts, test things out, see what's going on. Let me just try things out in the market. Let me see what's happening, right? Then after that, you want to integrate yourself in there, integrate your product, your service, integrate the methodology, the culture with your team, then implement, take action. From that, we innovate. And everyone wants to throw around the word innovate, and I get it, it's a common word. It might be overly used, but it still has its place in everything. And that requires you to have introspection. Is that as you're growing or failing or ups and downs, you have to understand, what's my mental and EQ, mental and emotional state? What's the state of my team? What's the state of my customer? Introspection, because that's going to be that reset to then reinvestigate and start the process all over again. Now, we all want a few things. We want funding. We want customers. We want demand. We want growth. We want authority. We want press. We want revenue. We want ROI. And we want a little bit of RESPCT, respect. So we all want all of these things. And we all can get all of these things. But how do we do it, though? How do we do it? How do we make perception of our product reality? How do we attract and convert our ideal customer or client profile? How do we drive demand? No, how do we own demand, right? And how do we increase conversions? We think back to the growth engine. It's all about the system to drive content and conversations to get those conversions so you can get the money and the growth and success that you want. How do we do all these things? And again, I'm all about simplicity. It's not rocket science. What I'm saying is nothing you don't know, but in many cases, you're not implementing accordingly because there's just too much noise in the room. So let's just take the noise out of the room and focus on what we can do. And that's being direct, be authentic, be resourceful, and being tactical. Whether you're trying to get funding, whether you're trying to get customers, whether you're trying to get board members, whether you're trying to get mentorship and coaching, customers, clients, all the different things, it still requires you to have these 4 things activated and in play. Being direct, be authentic, be resourceful, and being tactical. And so to be direct, you got to be direct in your communication. If perception is reality and reality is truth, and you want to own that truth and make truth manifestation what you want, people respect people who can communicate very direct. And sometimes that's understanding your weaknesses. I have a tendency that in many cases, I want to overload information. And so that's my tendency. Simplify it, say less, pause, and wait. If you don't say as much or you're timid with your voice, tap into a different personality, if you will, to make sure you want to be who you can be to make this happen. So it's kind of like maybe you're the Clark Kent and you want to switch to being Superman. Or if you're Bruce Wayne guy, I'm more of a Bruce Wayne guy myself, I want to switch to being Batman. In either case, I need to tap into that place, applying Clover and now implementing Dart to be direct in my communication, to ask, to challenge, to tell, to entertain. And I think people sleep on that component of challenge. If you're breaking into a marketplace, if you're new, if you're not established, or you're comparing yourself, to your next competitor, you're trying to get that hypergrowth status, that next level status for your next series of funding, whatever the goals and the phase might be, you really need to make sure you're at a place where you're comfortable with making challenges. Yeah, there's enough room for all of us in the sky to fly, but at the same time, I want to own my spot. I want to keep my spot, and I want to grow my spot. So I want to challenge. That's being simple, being clear, being relevant, and also being clever. Being authentic in your message. It's all about sharing the truth. I don't want to hide too much about behind the reporting or the speculation of what is. You know, sometimes the way to get that next $10 million is simply asking for it. And Troy, I know, it's just that's just okay, yeah, duh. But sometimes we can get so lost in all this noise, all these slide decks and slides and everything else that we just don't get right to the point. Be transparent, honest, and upfront. Be resourceful. I don't know any startup, if they really are growing, if they're not resourceful. And kudos to you for doing this, because you have to be resourceful. It is absolutely critical for you to be resourceful. And it's not just, managing your cash flow and watching your margins. It's also about making sure you're doing what you need to do to scale and grow abundantly. And lastly, being tactical in your execution. As we're talking about the growth engine, activate strategies, build systems, develop tactics to do what you need to do. Again, full stop. Full stop. I'm stopping because I want to make something very clear. To create opportunities, you need conviction, commitment, consistency, and confidence. 5 forces that you need to really make this happen. And if you notice, as we come along this way, when we talked about belief in the engine, and we talked about Clover, clarity, leverage, optimization, vision, and value, execution, and results, and we talked about DART and everything else, that still leads into being the conviction in your MVP, convicted in your business, convicted in yourself and your team, being committed and consistent in your reaching out to outbound, to reaching out to investors, reaching out to really building that customer, building that brand authority, building that positioning and presence, and being confident enough that when things are rocky, you still can do what you need to do. These 4 things at its core are going to be the differentiator between the startups that succeed that you see a year from now and the ones that are going to shut down in the next 3 to 6 months. Now, we've heard in previous presentations that I've been enjoying on and off so much, and something that really landed with me in the last one was really talking about, COVID, and how in many ways COVID was that catalyst. And that catalyst, if we go back to full stop, that catalyst created, hey, you're either going to make a decision or you're not. And so when you're in the trenches, when you're listening to these speakers and you're taking notes and you're absorbing this information, align it with yourself to make sure that you are convicted, that you are committed, that you're consistent and you're confident. And if you're not, true trajectory, hold yourself accountable to it. Now, a few questions I want to ask you. If your funding dries up, do you have secondary resources you can turn to? If someone beats you to market, how can you plan to be better? And if your MVP isn't working, what can you pull from it to pivot to another direction? I ask these questions because sometimes we don't think about, yeah, Troy, you said we're playing with house money. I'm convicted, I'm committed, I'm consistent, I'm confident. Let's go. I'm going to be direct, I'm going to be authentic, resourceful, and tactical. All these things is great, right? Building a growth engine is great. Penetration in the market, doing what you do best, awesome. But what if it takes a sidestep? Are you still going to be as committed, as convicted, as consistent, and as confident to adjust and adapt, always do all possible things accordingly to make it happen? That's that we get all hyped up from a Gary Vee conversation, and then we go back home and the reality hits and it gets real quiet for a minute. That doesn't mean you still can't be hyped up about it and do what you need to do, but we got to attack these tough questions. We got to know how we're going to make these moves accordingly. So you hear all the time now, disrupting the market, right? Let's disrupt the market. Let's make the change. Let's make the difference. Well, we need to rethink the way we are entering and doing and selling if we want to disrupt the market. Now, some things outside of our control will automatically disrupt the market. What has? COVID. What has? Whether you want to say we're in a recession, we're pre-recession, we're mid, up for your debate, however you want to see that, wherever you are in the sky of the clouds. But nevertheless, to disrupt requires 3 things. Obviously, want to launch because you can't do anything without launching anything. And then the thing that we sometimes don't do is active listen. Again, I'm all about simplicity. I can only speak on what I know, and I know that it works and it makes sense. We don't do enough active listening on what everybody is saying. Get out of your own way. This is why amazing that Glorium Technologies puts on events like this to allow us to sit and do that introspection to see where we are, analyze and adjust accordingly. But we need to listen and apply and be real with ourselves about that. Because if we're not listening to what the pain points are, we're not listening to what's happening here and there, how can we just make the calculated decisions accordingly in order for it to be a genuine disruptor in what we're doing? And then lastly, learn from it. We can learn from our competitors. We can learn from our own mistakes. I'm a believer, and this is just me, that I can observe without experience and grow accordingly. I don't have to experience every single failure, every single thing people say you shouldn't do as a startup. I can observe what other people are doing in my particular marketplace, my city, my location, whatever. And from that, adjust accordingly. So launch, listen, and learn to disrupt the market. Now that we've established that and we're talking about disrupting the market, there's 4 E's to disruption: engagement, exclusivity, experience, and emotion. Everybody makes decisions based off emotion, whether by how you've made them feel or how they feel about receiving that product or that service to solve a pain point or to create a joy point. I always have to say, are you the Tylenol or are you the chocolate cake? Now, sometimes if you're trying to solve pain, I'm that Tylenol. If you need joy, I'm that chocolate cake. And so it's understanding, position yourself accordingly to create that experience. And most times that experience is through exclusivity, and that exclusivity is sparked through engagement to make that emotion happen. And all from those 4 E's, you make that disruption to own your piece of the pie in the market. Now, many times, you've heard the 5 P's, but we don't lean on these 4 E's enough. It may seem simple and it may seem out of place, but it's actually in place and is actually really relevant, because everything that you're doing is requiring you to engage. And for you to be chosen, you have to provide something very exclusive that differentiates you from somebody else. And from that, you're creating that experience. Experience leads to relationships. Relationships are built off emotion. Emotion is derived by trust. So if I trust you and we have that emotional connection, because now we have this established relationship from a positive experience that you exclusively gave to me based off our engagement, you are therefore a disruptor to this individual. And that individual can now be a buyer, an advocate, an elevator, I like to say the levels of Bay, to help you grow and be successful. This is the same thing that allows you to be very calculating, intentional, and amazing in your sales output as well. And the last thing, I've shared this from the last one, I always have to end with this as well, it's my leads generator blueprint. These 5 things, as a business, you have to do, incorporating with everything else that we talked about, and really establishing that growth engine to attract your ICP, to drive the value up for your MVP. And that's just to leverage language to launch. Are you speaking the right language? And in fact, remember what I said about active listening to be a disruptor. You must leverage language to launch. If you're not speaking the right language to someone, how do you expect to attract them? How do you expect them to buy from you? How is it going to be an evangelist for you to go back for you? The next thing is to educate and entertain to enchant. It's not enough to speak endless words of all the things that your startup does if you're not entertaining them on the possibilities on what it can be to win their heart. Attract and amplify to activate. Are you a magnet or are you the bullhorn? In certain phases of your startup, you're going to be the magnet. In other phases, you're going to be the bullhorn. You can attribute that to outbound and inbound. Everyone wants to be, I don't want to go do cold calling and I don't want all these different things, but there's seasons where you have to be the bullhorn. There's seasons where you have to be the magnet. And I believe in most cases, you can always be both. And that's always to activate your ICP, to activate opportunities for press, to activate effective marketing, and to activate your growth. The last 2, they're not as big as the first 3, but I still think it's relevant to say. Dream big and distinguish yourself to drive, and share frequently and support often to shine. I said it before that there's enough room for all of us in the sky to fly. And yes, I know only 10% of us may make it, but we don't make it by ourselves. We make it through a collective group, a support group, and community to do so. And if you're not dreaming big enough, and distinguish yourself enough, how do you expect to drive that disruption for you to be successful? Think of these things. Leveraging language to launch, educate, intent to enchant, attract and amplify to activate, dream big, distinguish yourself to drive, and share frequently and support often to shine, in order for you to position yourself through your growth engine, applying Clover, applying Dart, applying your 4 E's, engagement, exclusivity, experience, and emotion, to be the disruptor, to create the growth for your startup business to succeed. And so that's me for what I want to talk about. You can find me anywhere on Find Troy. I have a podcast out, autogress.fm. Connect with me on Find Troy, and I'm Big Guy on Twitter. Any questions?
Hey, Troy. Wow. You always bring the heat. I appreciate you.
A little too much heat in my case.
Yeah, that was awesome. I appreciate you sharing that information with us. I'm going to see if we have any questions for Troy. We have about 5 minutes. But yeah, otherwise I can ask you a question. We'll wait another minute or so. How have things been since we were last on stage together? How are things on your end?
I love that question. I think that's a fun question, and thank you for asking for it. I think I've definitely achieved more growth since the last time we talked, and I think that's doubling down by really simplifying what I've been doing. The first time around, I was doing a lot. Now, to me, it still was very, very selective, but I was still doing too much. So now I've probably cut that into a third or a fourth, and now things are really refined. Things are really making sense. I'm known for something. I'm helping people do something, and it really driving the revenue, really driving the impact and the growth as well.
No, that's amazing. This is a topic I truly enjoy. I come from a growth and marketing background, and now I get to kind of host events across the country with different startup founders. And, this whole concept of building, your growth engine is something that a lot of first-time founders I've learned are like, they don't know anything about it or don't know where to look for to where to start. So question I like to ask is, if you had to give your 20-year-old self advice, of how to do a good job in this role of a growth leader, whether you're, VP of growth or director of growth, what's one piece of advice that you like, that now that you would tell yourself at 20?
Sure. I definitely think, and this is kind of ironic, but you definitely need to act to see if things are working. When you're in your 20s, you have the runway to fail as quickly as often as you can, and you're probably young enough to get right back up as quickly as you age as well. So I definitely think, take action. In my 20s, I was very hesitant because I felt I didn't have enough knowledge. I didn't have understanding. Think about the time, money, knowledge, and skill. I had all the time in the universe, but I didn't have enough money. I didn't have enough knowledge, and I was just getting started with my skill. And so that forced me to be very hesitant. And I think if I would look back at myself, take action anyway. You can use what you have to get what you need to therefore get what you want. And I think that's the critical thing that separates us from other people, is that if you look at the people who are doing the most things, yeah, we can attribute all of their growth, but nevertheless, the core things, they took action. And too many were too hesitant, and that time window of hesitation could be the difference between yours getting to market or someone else getting the market before you because you didn't take enough action.
No, I agree. I think, now as I hit the 30-year-old and I just had my first kid, I look back on like time and just like as a 20-year-old, you don't realize how much time you have and how valuable, and you value your time so much different than, now as a parent or, as a, leader of a department or team, right? The time value is a lot different. And I think for me, from a growth perspective, I think it's one of those things for me, my methodology is like, you keep experimenting with what you're doing, what works, kind of double down on it, what doesn't work, kind of take it out back and either kill it or, preserve it, right? Because like I mentioned earlier, I don't think maybe it's not the right idea to do something today, but it doesn't mean that it's not right tomorrow or a month from now or a year from now.
I totally agree. And it's just about perspective. I think I have to have the same conviction like I would Michael Jordan that I'm not going to believe the shot is going to be missed until I have to take the shot. And until that point, I'm always thinking I'm going to make that shot and win the game. And I think we don't talk enough about, and that's why I love the previous conversation as well, just about the mental capacity to manifest what you want. And so I think it's very important to do that.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you having this conversation with me. It doesn't look like we have any questions. So Troy, thanks again. Remind me, it's at Find Troy on all the socials. Connect with you offline.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, I'll definitely be connecting with you. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate you sharing all that insight with us, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you for having me.
Hey guys, how's it going? Adam, welcome back. I'll let you introduce our next speaker here if you'd like. I think we have 2 speakers left, so I'd love to hear from whoever's online with us. You know, what have you taken out of the summit so far, right? What's one key point that you might apply that you learn from some of our speakers? I don't know if you want to share yours, Adam. I don't think I can hear you. Yeah, we can't hear you, Adam. While we get Adam back online, I'll go ahead and introduce our next speaker, if that's okay. Awesome. Well, we have Craig Zingerline, founder and CEO of Growth University, joining us. Hi, Craig. How's it going today?
It's going great. Can you hear me okay?
Doing well. Thanks for joining us, taking time out of your day.
Of course. Yeah. Happy to be here. Yeah, excited to dig in on some growth stuff. So the last speaker was fantastic. I just actually followed a bunch of the speakers on Twitter and LinkedIn. So thanks for putting together a great event.
Cool. Well, we appreciate y'all joining us. So you are about to kick off on probably one of my favorite growth topics, early customer acquisition experiments. I like to think of us growth leaders or growth marketers as kind of mad scientists, because we're constantly experimenting with different tactics and strategies. So Craig, I won't take up any more of your mic time. I will kind of check in with 5 minutes left for like Q&A, or if you want to leave a little bit longer than that. But
sounds great.
If you want to introduce yourself and kind of take over the conversation. Thanks for joining us.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to share my screen, and let's see how that shows up. Can you see my screen all right? Looks like we probably can. I don't think I can full screen it in presentation, but as everybody can hear me okay, I'm good to go. Yeah, so I'm here to talk about early customer acquisition and specifically a lot around experimentation. And I've got a couple other windows open here that I'll walk through as we go today. Just a little bit about me. I'm a 6-time founder, current CEO and founder of Velocity Growth. We were formerly known as Growth University. I've had a whole bunch of fun times in my career across a lot of different companies. I've had executive roles at Sandbox, Upside Travel, Red Tricycle, Votion, New Signature, among others. I also do a little bit of investing and advisory work. And I had interviewed over 200 founders over the past 4 years to really try to understand what separates the startups that make it from the startups that don't. And there's some pretty crazy stats out there. I'll spare you of all the details, but the number is something like 92% of startups will never make it to that 10-year mark, which is a long, that's 8% success over 10 years is, you could argue it's not terrible, but what happens to the other 92%? And as an operator and as somebody who's been exposed to so many different startups, and I've had a few wins as well, and some epic failures, I really set out on this mission to try to put together a formula. It started as a passion project and it's turned into a whole company on what are the ways that you can actually increase the velocity of the growth of your business, whether you're an SMB or mid-market company or a startup or a tech startup. I try to apply what I call a holistic model of growth into growing the business. So I'm going to get started here, but basically when we look at failure, most startups fail. It's simple. They fail because they don't find customers fast enough or quick enough, and they don't build enough value for those customers to stick around long term. And you may argue that there's a million other things, but it really boils down to this, right? Like, you'll be in business if you have the ability to find customers and keep those customers around. Now, that's not to say things like the market. I mean, we've headed into a crazy market here. Currently, we just came out of a multi-year blitz from my perspective, having survived 2 prior downturns. I mean, the market was really frothy for a long time, and now we're back to some level set. So you could argue that market is a factor in all of this, as well as luck and hard work and all that. But really, it comes down to getting in front of customers, frankly. In my 20 plus years of experience with startups has taught me to just obsess over finding customers that are willing to pay for your product. A lot of us get started with hopes and dreams in terms of what we're building, and we read all these stories and we get inspired and we've got this big product vision. All that is great. But what you need to figure out is, are there people on planet Earth willing to spend time with your brand and spend money with you? And if you can do that, you can do that over and over again, you're on your way. There's a whole bunch of misconceptions as I did all this customer discovery and kind of self-analyzed my time within multiple different startups. You know, anything from companies that have been bootstrapped to, I was at one company that raised $150 million, and everything in between. Service companies and agencies, as well as tech startups, product first companies, non-product companies. We hear all these things, right? And here's what we're led to believe. Like, you're going to just go your first customers in a single channel. It might be offline or online. This is pulled from Lenny's newsletter, which is an absolutely incredible source. I'm a subscriber. But the thing that I like to point out for your really early customer discovery is, look at the logos here. Most of these are 5, 10, 15 years old. So they're not even that modern. We don't know what these companies would have been doing today to grow. And these are also the companies that made it long term to a level of scale that most of us will never see. And these are all name brands. The vast majority of companies never get to this point. So take what you see out there from these big companies with a grain of salt, because what worked for them, even very early on, may or may not work for you. But you also want to be open and objective, understanding and learning from these types of resources around what may work for your startup. We're told things like focus on a single channel, don't focus on a single channel, go deep, spend money, don't spend money, go wide, launch early, launch when things look great. And we hear things like this: don't do ads, SEO is amazing, or product-led growth all the way. You don't need to do marketing, or I didn't do marketing, or Apple doesn't do marketing, or Tesla doesn't do marketing. That's just generally really bad advice. You may hear build in stealth and just do a big launch, or do what Clubhouse did, build FOMO. You may hear that email won't work, it's dead. You may hear hire an agency or build the team. All of these things are just swirling when we're out there in the market. And as founders, we're just trying to find our way. And these are the things that we're hearing. And then here's what we think. We think, well, my idea is incredible, so it's not going to be as hard as everybody says it's going to be. Or my product is great and therefore people are going to use it. Or I'm pretty good at a particular marketing channel and I'll just figure this out. Or I don't need to launch yet. I'm going to get PR. I'm going to hit this on Product Hunt. Things are just going to go from there. And I'm going to just listen to what everybody else says. And then we see the result of that. These are actual screenshots from different advertisements and other things that I've been on the receiving end of. I mean, the one-to-one outreach it couldn't be worse. Like, I could not try to build something worse than some of the stuff that I see from people that, from what I can tell, are earnestly trying to grow their companies, right? And so just don't do this stuff, right? Like, there is a process that we can follow. Now, conversely, the Miros of the world and the Cartas and and the Ramps of the world, they're doing a pretty good job. But 99% of the stuff that you see that's one-to-one and coming in via, spammy channels, it just doesn't work. But here's the reality. Almost nobody knows what will work or what will not work, especially early on. I mean, when I look at a new startup and somebody who has just brought a product to market, or hopefully they've already started marketing before they brought the product to market, and they just hand it over, they're like, what would you do? I don't know. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do, but I have a framework that you can follow that will walk you through the steps to hopefully prove out some of the things that you need to do. And this is where experimentation comes in. And I want to set the mindset that experimentation is a long game. This is not a scenario where you simply put something out into the wild and your feedback loops are instantaneous. You just don't have that luxury when you're small. So you're going to need to experiment a lot and grind it out for a while. And over time, you'll figure things out. But the reality is that to find customers, you need a problem that's big enough that somebody's going to pay for a solution for. And so if you have a job and you're running a side hustle and you're making a little bit of money on the side hustle, be really careful before you quit that job to go all in on your startup. Make sure that you've got a market and a problem that's big enough that you have a total addressable market that will support you in terms of what you need as a person, or potentially as a partner, or somebody who has kids, right? To support the needs of yourself, and your family, and potentially your team. So I always like to throw a little bit of caution in. I'm all about entrepreneurship. I've taken the plunge many, many times. But also I've probably taken on a little bit too much risk at certain points in my career. And it gets really stressful. Once you have that kind of market and you've started to prove out that you can get customers to pay, then you need to get your product in front of users or buyers. And this is really where the magic happens. And so when I talk about customer acquisition, I like to start with this 4-step process. And step 1 is understanding the value that your product delivers or brings to this ideal set of paying users. Number 2, you have to understand what their intent is so that you can understand where these people hang out. Step 3 is you need to experiment and get in front of these customers or users. And then it's a whole bunch of iterations and repetition. Companies that are at scale, startups that you see and you read about, they're doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. They're simply in repeat mode because they've probably exhausted many of the things that you'll need to start with. Just a little bit about my company, just so you can what we do in terms of the value that my product delivers. I run Velocity Growth, and we have 15 on-demand training programs. We also run live cohorts for growth and marketing. And we've put thousands of founders through our courses and programs at this point in time. So there's training, there's experimentation models. We've got a whole bunch of tools that we've built. And we also run an in-house growth agency to do more hands-on work. So when we think about understanding the value that your product delivers, really before you can find customers, you have to understand that. So start now. If you don't have a clear value prop or you can't clearly articulate it, start thinking about that value prop now. Now, easier said than done, right? We often start with a value prop for a potential buyer that we just get wrong. And I do this, pretty consistently when starting companies. We have a guess on who our persona is, and we're often wrong with the assumptions that we make about the value that our product or solution or service brings to the market. But you also need to start somewhere. The next step is, once you start to understand that value, okay, well, what is the intentionality of the user that you're going after? Are you in a market where the user understands it and has a problem that they know exists and that they're looking for? And if you do, then it's likely that your user is going to go out and search for the solution to that problem that they might have. So if your car breaks down, you're going to look for local mechanics. If you have a friend who bought a really cool product and you're interested in that product, you may go search for it. So in those cases, branded search, search and optimization, search engine marketing are really the channels that you're likely going to start with, because there's a problem solution fit already. Somebody's searching with some level of intent for what you offer. And then you need to get them to the website and get them to purchase or engage and get them on your email list and try to move them along the buyer journey. But if your user is not aware that a problem exists, then you have to point out that problem. You have to build awareness. And that's what paid social or content marketing, organic social, influencer marketing, all those things are really great at. So that's how I think about that level of customer intent. And then, of course, you need to kind of move them through the activation and buyer journey. So I think this focus on intentionality, though, often gets thrown overboard because we inherently think about, well, I have this value prop. I think I know who my buyer is. I just want to go work in some channel. But I see this over and over again where I'll talk to a founder and they'll be like, yeah, the person searching for the problem, and it turns out they're not. But the founder had just guessed that the person's searching, but they don't have any data or research on it. One of the fastest ways to prove this out is to actually spend a little bit of money in paid acquisition channels. It'll tell you really quickly if there's search intent or click intent or not. Whereas with SEO, you may say, well, I'm going to only do SEO because SEO is free. Well, SEO is probably going to take you 3 months to 6 months to get any kind of read on. So there's this balance of time versus money. How do you actually know? How do you know the intent of your audience? Well, you have to talk to customers, right? So if you're spending money, you'll learn this relatively quickly, right? You can buy some ads, you can spin up landing pages, you can drive some traffic, and you'll know what the intent is. But really, you got to look at customer discovery. You need to talk to other humans who you think are the buyer. And then you can look at where they purchase. And then you can run experiments in different channels to find them. And once you do all that, then you can get in front of those customers, right? Only then can you get in front of those customers. And what you want to ask for here is, does your product or service, what does it solve for that user? What problem does it solve for them? What do they gain by using your product or service? Or what do they lose by not using it or buying it, right? What is their experience? And often it comes down to user psychology. Does this save them time or money? Does it make them more productive? Does it make them look or feel better? Does it handle some sort of utility for them or their company? Does it save them time, energy, or does it entertain them, right? You take any of those big startups that we saw the logos for earlier, and they generally fit within one or two of these core themes, right? These startups have understood what the user wants and needs, and they build their whole model around servicing that. Now, the other thing, especially as you move into B2B, is the user the buyer, or are they buying for somebody else? Who else is involved in the deal? Do they need sign off? And this becomes a really critical piece as you start to move, especially in your B2B space, as you move through customer acquisition and growth. So where I start with this, and we're going to start to get really, really tactical here, and I've got 3 growth experiments to walk you through. I start with a user hypothesis template. And here's how it goes. I write this for all of the different personas in all the companies that I work with. So I believe that some role wants to improve something. Therefore, if I provide something of value, helping them do that, I impact something, right? So basically fill in the blanks, what's in brackets here, and build your user hypothesis. And what this formula forces you to do is think about that value solution from the perspective of the user. Now, again, we may think that we know what the true problem our product solves for the user, but we may not know. And we also might have multiple personas. So you're likely going to go through multiple iterations of this type of templating where you're putting something out into the wild, putting some messaging into the wild, and you're getting feedback from those people in terms of how that's resonating. Or it'll just show up in your numbers, right? If you're getting no conversions and nobody cares about what you're doing, you may have a mismatch between your message and the value that you're bringing with that message and the audience. So when we think about initial target audience or ideal customer profiles, who is that initial customer you can target? My own example with Growth University, now Velocity Growth, I knew that founders had challenges with growth. How did I know that? I didn't make this stuff up, right? I talked to 200 plus. Longer term, I talked to 400, right? But in my first year of doing discovery, I was taking calls in my car commuting to my full-time job at the time. I was doing this nights and weekends, early mornings, sitting in traffic on the call. And I was literally like on calls, and I would record myself and my answers, and I would transcribe that into content. And I still started to build a playbook, and I categorized the content based on questions that I was hearing and the challenges that founders were having, eventually built it into a curriculum, right? And I also applied my own frustrations and struggles with both success and failure as an operator into the mix. So that's what I did. I went out and talked to hundreds of founders. I didn't want to just make this stuff up and try to build a business off of something that I didn't know was viable. So you want to research the types of roles and the types of companies that your ideal customer profile works at, right? Or runs. And Sales Navigator and LinkedIn and Apollo AI, some of these tools that I'll show you in a little bit are fantastic for that. So here's my narrative. I believe that every early stage startup founder wants to improve their startup growth, including increased user acquisition and or revenue. That's what founders told me they want to do. 100% of founders I've talked to want to grow their startup. 0% don't want to grow their startup. Therefore, if I provide a product or service helping them do that, I make them better at their job. Now, I didn't define what the product or service is yet, but early on, this is literally what I used to understand, am I on the right track or am I not? And if I started to hear that, you know what, founders don't really care about growing their startup, then I'm really glad I didn't build a bunch of products and spend a bunch of time on it. So I proved the model out before I even had anything to sell. So I talk about this validation and conversion. So it's not enough just to like have this success criteria. Like, how does your persona measure success and can you help them? You also have to make sure that your persona has the problem that you solve for, right? And do they have a current solution or not? And then eventually, how do you convert them? And I call those conversion points. How do you go from conversation to close? That's the mindset we're looking at. So remember your original questions. We're going to validate these. Does your product save the person time or money? Does it make them look or feel better, right? Does it handle some sort of utility? You're going to use those types of user psychology questions as you go and build out your profiles and as you go to market. And then, does your persona have this problem? Yes or no? Talk to the user. Don't try to sell them anything yet. Figure out first the thing that I built. If you've got a piece of technology that you built and you're wondering why the hell you can't sell it, chances are you probably skipped this step. So go back to first principles and basics. Like, what are you doing and why? And who is the human that has the problem that you've got the solution for? And if you can't figure that out, then you need to go back and adjust your ideal customer profile. Ideally, though, you are starting to have conversations with people that have this problem, and your product or service can help them be a better version of themselves. Okay? So to do this, and in order to actually start driving some leads, so getting a little bit more tactical, you have to understand where, in my case, founders hang out. So I did this whole mapping exercise, and you can do the same exact thing. It's a scorecard. I call it the founder channel scorecard. But if you're selling into CFOs, it's a CFO channel scorecard. What's the channel? What's the targeting capability? What lessons have you learned based on the experimentation you've run in these channels? So I'll walk you through a couple examples here. This is all based on real stuff that I've done. Search. Early on, I thought that SEO would be a great way for me to build this business. And it turns out that some founders look for help for growth training, but many aren't, they're not really looking for it. And the other thing that I found is that agencies and marketplaces spend a boatload of money on keywords that are the same types of things that the founders that I would be trying to target on SEM or SEO would look for. And I also learned, so that would cost a lot of money. And I also learned that SEO takes a lot of time. So it's not that I'm not doing search. I am doing search, and we do a lot of search, especially for our clients. We do a ton of search, but it's just not the primary channel for velocity growth, because we found other channels that work a lot better. So partnerships, next row down. Targeting is more of land and expand. Well, what is this? I looked for places that were adjacent to my company where founders hung out. Growth Mentor and Growth Match came to mind. Do I have to pay to play, or do I just go in and add value? I'll walk you through an experiment with this. But the point here, the takeaway is that you want to map the channel to the targeting, and then you want to start to learn lessons through experiments that you're running. So here's the first way to start to understand this stuff. Experiment 1 is LinkedIn audience building and customer discovery. So my hypothesis, I'm just going to say straight up, some of the examples that I showed you in terms of how people are trying to get me to buy their stuff is coming from LinkedIn, and it's the worst stuff I've ever seen in my entire life from a marketing or sales perspective. So I'm going to caveat this by saying LinkedIn is not your place to do your cheesy sales pitch. Don't do that. It's your place to learn. So here's one hypothesis. I can directly find founders who want to talk to me about their pain points around growth for their startup. And from these conversations, I can soft sell them into my solution. I don't have a baseline yet. Baseline or control. When you're building an experiment, your baseline is what have you done before that you can apply metrics against. You don't have anything because you haven't done anything yet. What's my setup here? Okay, I'm going to look for 100 to 200 founders as first degree connections over the next month or two. So what I want to do is I want to add new connections on LinkedIn, and I'm going to run a couple experiments here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to script some outreach. So, hi, Craig, I saw you're a founder. I just founded Velocity Growth, and I was hoping to pick your brain on what rookie mistakes I should try to avoid as I grow. Would you be willing to have a quick mentor call with me? Now, when I sent this out and got replies and get on the phone with people, I am legitimately asking them questions. I am not selling them. And that's the key differentiator between how most people are using LinkedIn and why it's getting a reputation for spam and those who are using it for discovery. Okay. So how do I actually start the process? Well, I can simply go to LinkedIn, search. Hopefully this works. Yep. I just searched for founder, and it's going to pull up initially my second degree connections or my third degree connections. And I can see that there's somewhere around 7 million results. And what I can start to do is I can start to connect with people, and I can take my note and I could drop it in here and I could say send. And now I've connected with Carlisle or whomever else is in this mix. And I now, for some of them who accept my connection request, have both requested an intro and I've asked for help, right? I've asked if they'd be willing to mentor me. Okay. I mentor people all the time. Other people will be willing to mentor you. If you've got Sales Navigator, it makes it a lot easier. So I did a search here. There's 64,000 people in the United States that are second degree connections of mine that are in North America, companies of 11 to 50 with the job title founder. 64,000. So when you say like you don't know where to find leads, well, I think Sales Navigator costs about $50 a month, and I can go and I can directly target using my script, and I can start to build my persona and my profile. Now, don't try to scale this yet, right? This is one-to-one, hand-to-hand outreach where you're just trying to learn. You want to establish a conversation with somebody who's willing to spend some time with you, okay? If you want to scale it, you can do that later. This is a screenshot from my Phantom Buster where you can see over the last, 6 or 7 months, I've gotten 734 connection requests that have been accepted. I've sent out 3,600. Roughly 20% of the people I reach out to accept my connection request. And all I'm doing is saying, hey, as a startup founder, I'm putting a lot of content out. I would love for you to check it out. There's no ask. There's no call to action. There's nothing salesy. This is it right here. Okay. So I'm giving away information. But here's why this experiment is important. It's giving me predictable impressions and engagement, right? The long tail of what I'm doing here means that I now have predictable impressions on post, engagements, and some reliability on clicks. So I posted this a couple days ago on LinkedIn. I said, hey, where'd all the good people on LinkedIn go? All I'm hearing is inbound spam, right? So this was kind of a gripe, like a complaint. Almost 2,000 impressions, a whole bunch of comments, people kind of liking it. Like it just builds the profile. And then later on, what I can do is when people become my first degree connection and I really have something that I need help with, or I want to promote something, now I can directly outreach to them because I have so many people that are in my audience. And I do that very politely and in a non-spammy way. Okay. Experiment 2, part approach. again, I thought that if I could plug into existing networks where founders hang out and I add a ton of value to their communities, this is external communities, I could build awareness and eventually convert customers. So early on in my company, I'd done a little bit of work here, and I had some interest based on hanging out in other communities where I could be a growth mentor. And so I used a bunch of different platforms, and there was some conviction there. I realized I'm good at growth mentorship because I have a lot of experience, and there's multiple marketplaces where I can do this. So I started with having 10 calls, and I asked myself, will one of them become a member or a customer of what I'm doing? And it turns out, yes, they would. So then what I did was I joined the closest platform, and there's a platform called Growth Mentor that they're still very active on. And it turns out there's massive demand for my time when I offer free 15 or 30-minute calls. And there's also interest in the paid stuff that I do too. And I don't even have to sell it. So I'm just finding an adjacent company to mine. You could say maybe they're a competitor, but they're not. I'm in as the supply side of their network, and I'm having conversations, and it's leading to real business. In fact, I did 227 sessions just on this platform with a 4.99 review. And it's at the point now where in the community that we're in, within Growth Mentor, where I hang out, I've done hundreds of free calls. I give a lot of startup value back to the community. I did my time for the first year and a half or 2 years. I now have social proof. And now when people come in and they're like, hey, I need help with whatever, the founders of the platform will sometimes just say, hey, go talk to Craig, right? Because I built that level of trust within the platform, and I gave before I asked for anything. So think about giving first. And the final section here is on cold email. So I also thought, hypothesis, I can directly email founders, show my value, and then get them into conversations to talk about growth. Now, this is much more straightforward. And again, I didn't have a baseline at the time that I started this. What I decided to do with this experiment was source 250 founders to email over the next 30 days. I'm not doing bulk email. All I'm doing is sending from my HubSpot. I'm doing 10 a day, roughly for 30 days, not counting weekends. So 250 in the first month. You don't get put on any spam lists when you do this. You're not trying to send bulk, and you're doing personalized outreach. I'm not just writing one generic script. I'm taking my script here. Feel free to screenshot this if you want to. I'm taking this and I'm repositioning it based on the person that I'm doing the outreach to. And guess what happens, right? You start to get a reputation of being somebody who knows what they're doing, and to be able to build those relationships with people. And yes, it started with cold outreach, but it doesn't matter because you weren't selling anything. You were trying to provide some value back. And so the way that I look at kind of sourcing this type of experiment is through either LinkedIn Classic or Sales Navigator. There's a platform called Apollo AI that you can use and log in, and you can go and find your first 100 or 200 or 250 contacts that you want to put that value prop that we went through earlier in front of. And so that's great, right? So all of these tactics are good, but you may be saying, okay, well, Craig, what do I do? Like, this is great to have all these conversations and kind of get the feelers out there. You now need to think about conversion points. And so do you send people to a resource or a page? Do you give them additional value? Do you give away something for free? I do a lot of these mentorship calls to learn more about businesses, give them free advice. And then if they need help, they can ask me for more help and they can pay me for that, right? So you can point out these problems and you can present your solution at that point. And so again, pick 100 leads and ask yourself after 2 or 3 weeks, what did I learn? What did I learn from that outreach that I just did? But if you never get started, you're not going to learn. So take your script, customize it for every human that you try to outreach to, and then ask yourself after a week of doing that, what did I learn across all of these experiments? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to learn. Then when you start to find stuff that's actually working, you can repeat and then iterate. So by now, let's say you run this model for 3 months. You've got some awareness on multiple channels now. You're starting to understand what you're going to need to do to iterate more quickly to lead to qualification. And then you can focus on step by step. Is my landing page good? Was my copy good? Is my pricing okay? What are these conversations and relationships that I'm building? What are they telling me about my current business? And how do I use that to become a better version of myself and apply what I'm learning from them back into the core DNA of my business? And that's it, right? There's no silver bullet. There's no waving a magical wand. You just have to put in the time and do the work and iterate. And these are quite literally the things that myself and often my team will start with when we're thinking about early customer discovery. Now, if you've got some money, paid acquisition is a great way to do it. You could basically skip those first 3 steps to learn about your messaging and ideal customer profile. But if you're like a lot of founders and you're bootstrapping and you've got some time, but less money, these 3 experiments are ways that I would think about getting your stuff out into the wild. So thank you so much. I'm out of time, but I've got tons of free content at velocity.com. And if you need any help or want to chat, reach out. Just Craig at velocitygrowth.com. Thank you so much. That's the end of my talk.
Okay, my apologies.
There you are.
Can you hear me now? Excellent.
I can hear you now.
I was going to say, excellent, Craig. I just want to say that was an excellent presentation. In fact, I think you provided a very solid business development and sales channel roadmap, to say the very least. And in fact, a lot of the things you said ringed very, very true. And in fact, especially when you mentioned those type of spam emails on LinkedIn all the time. And I think the hook that is missing is that they are so generic. It is very clear. Okay, this was a bulk mass, email, and I could think about 5 to 10 examples off the top of my head of those type of things. It almost seems like the way you're doing it, it's almost like you're really building a relationship first before you're selling something, which I think is great, because so many people just try to sell immediately.
You can't do that. I mean, and look, I learned the hard way with this stuff. I mean, like really the hard way. Like what I'm at the point now, and it depends on your price point for your product, but one-to-one partnership based, slowing down to speed up has really become critical. And I think most businesses have like 1, maybe 2 primary channels that are going to be like fast growth. And they're usually on the performance side, Google ads, Facebook, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
What's often overlooked is this longer tail, slower path. But the problem is that people try to skip this step. And I do think that, to your point on sales and marketing, I can't like overemphasize. I didn't get into like conversion tracking and pixels and CRMs and stuff, but the number one mistake I'm seeing founders make the next iteration after this stuff that we went through is that they don't know how to make sense of what they're doing. Like they can't quantify the impact of time or money. And they're often doing things the wrong way there too. So like, you got to think about this stuff holistically. You have to slow it down before you can speed it up. And then when you find that signal, then you can exploit that channel. Right. So we figured out that cold outreach worked well. And then we actually brought on an agency to do cold outreach for us and we scaled it, but it took me doing it over and over and over again to perfect the process. So we even knew what we were talking about.
Wonderful. And do you feel that there's almost this transition going on effectively of a separation from kind of the status quo or legacy systems as to how this stuff was traditionally done? I don't think until recently I've heard of, let's say a business development or channel sales pipeline that's like build a relationship first, then sell. It seems to me a lot of companies are still using the same playbook. All around. I hear about it from my colleagues. Research. There's plenty of research on it as well. And I think there's something to be said about playing the long game and actually, building a relationship. You never know how people can open windows and open doors for you later down the line, and vice versa.
Totally true. I mean, I'll give you one quick anecdote there. So we do a lot of cold outreach. So like, we break the rules like from what I talked about, but we're at a level of scale that we weren't at a year and a half ago. When we deal with a cold outreach potential lead or a lead, the sales process is way longer versus somebody that I know who refers somebody in. I can close that deal in like a day, right? It's just in somebody that I've built a relationship on, even if I've never met them in person necessarily, like that maybe they're reading my content or they heard me on a podcast and now they subscribe to my newsletter and they're fans of like what we're doing for community building and velocity growth. It's not a sales call. It's like,
Yeah.
are we the right fit to help you grow or not? And if we're not the right fit, we don't want to waste anybody's time. But if we are, then let's do this. And it moves really quickly.
Well, I got to say, you were very surgical in your approach and articulation of all this. And I would certainly suggest to anybody to put this on repeat, especially in business development, sales, and marketing roles. It is a lot more human. I think the process is a lot more human than a lot of people like to think it is. So, Craig, I just want to say thank you very much for the presentation today. It was highly informative. And yes, I'm looking forward to also checking out the presentation later in the very near future. So,
Great stuff. Thanks.
Absolutely. And moving forward, I'd like to introduce our final guest of the day, Erik Schlesinger, CEO at Build, Scale, Prosper. Erik, welcome. And I'd like to introduce your segment to the viewership, the 5 drivers of valuation and how to create real strategic value. That is very much a right to the point title right there. So I'm looking forward to deep diving into this. Oh, your sound is mute. Excuse me, your sound is muted.
There we go. Is that better?
Perfect. Much better.
Excellent. Well, thank you for the introduction there, Adam. Really appreciate it. And before we jump too far into this, I also want to say thank you to Andrei and the team at Glorium Technologies for having me today and for putting together such a great event. To all of you that have joined today, we're really glad to have you, and I'm super excited to, jump right in and really talk about, some of the things that we've seen here at Build, Scale, Prosper, and also what I saw before I started Build, Scale, Prosper about 7 or 8 years ago. So, just for some context, my last role in the corporate world for the last 5 or 6 years of my corporate is in running global strategy and corporate development for a financial technology firm that had about $500 million per year in revenue. And during that time, I was looking at about 100 to 150 different companies at different sizes up and down the growth curve. But the lion's share of them were startups or early stage companies. And what I recognized is that there were some really, really similar patterns that I saw in different businesses. And that's what led me to start up Build, Scale, Prosper, is to help out companies, particularly early stage companies and startups, get moving in the right direction so that they can generate funding that they need to thrive and ultimately find whatever that exit is that they're looking to find. So if we kind of jump ahead here, we all know that growing a startup is hard. There's a lot of things that you have to do every day, and the market is constantly changing pace, and things are moving faster and faster. Competition is tough. There's lots of players out there, and all of our customers have a lot of different options. And we all have the limited resources, particularly what we're seeing in the tech world over the last couple of years, which is a huge lack of professional and in particular technology along the way. And ultimately, there are very, very specific reasons why most startups fail. And they're predictable, and there's lots of different studies, but these top 10 are the ones that generally come up over and over again. And it really comes down to, understanding the market, making sure that you have the right product market fit, and all these things that you guys can see here that I'm sure that are things that you guys all worry about every day. And so, kind of to jump in and to really just talk about understanding valuation and what the key drivers are for investors' perspective. And it really comes down to 5 primary drivers or 5 different levers of what investors are looking for. And what we find is that many companies are unable to appropriately balance these 5 primary things. And we'll dive into here in the next couple of minutes in a little more depth. But they're really, number one, the product market fit. And, I love the fact that Craig was talking about this on the last session. And I know that there's a number of different speakers over the today and tomorrow that are going to speak about product market fit and growth and a whole host of different areas. And sorry for the jumping ahead. The second one is making sure you have the right team together and you have the right people and the right strategy around people. Third, and this is something that different investors might find different methodologies or philosophies around operating. But much like Craig was speaking about on the last session, having specific operating systems in place becomes critical. The fourth point is looking at and managing and having the right plan in place around your intellectual property. And then ultimately, where a lot of early stage companies get starved is the financial side of the business. So we'll dive through all of these things here. And what I do want to mention as well is feel free to fire out questions if anybody has them along the way. So the first and one of the most important ones, and what a lot of founders spend a lot of time on, and rightfully so, is the product market fit. And many founders, they move from the corporate world or from identifying a problem in the market that they see over and over again, and they create a really wonderful plan or strategy about what they are looking to do. The difference between those that have a lot of tailwinds along the way versus those that struggle and really dive into a more competitive situation, what we found is it really comes down to start and understanding whether or not you have a blue ocean strategy. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But it's really about identifying and clearly defining your customer and the users, which are often different. The customers being those that are paying the bill, where the users are those that are using your product. But making sure that you have that really defined target customer, and that customer has underserved needs and things that they need to do, or the jobs that they need to do in a productive way. And then matching that with making sure customers or users are in high value sectors that have the budget and the money to spend, and that you're then matching that market component, the customers that you're going after with the needs that they have, by designing an intelligent product offering, a clear differentiated blue ocean, or that killer value proposition, which really sets your offering aside from those that are already in the market. And making sure that that product offering or that message that you're creating and that value proposition then has that appropriate set and the underlying associated user experience and customer experience that's going to make things that's going to improve things substantially and help your client make more money, save more money, and reduce risk, particularly a business-to-business type company. And then also, when you're looking at building out your product, it's really important to think about how you can break that value cost trade-off. And blue ocean strategy is a theory, which I've included the link there to blueoceanstrategy.com and the section on their site where they have a whole host of underlying tools that you can use. But what Blue Ocean says is that you can choose to swim in the bloody shark-infested waters of competition, or you can create your own uncontested market space that differentiates you from the competition and make your competition irrelevant. And a big part of that is looking at the 4 actions framework, where you can really break this value cost trade-off in a productive way by looking to eliminate, reduce, raise, or create different specific features that really help improve that value proposition for whatever your target market is. So, just to kind of, summarize here, making sure that you have this match between the target customers that you're going after and what that clear value proposition sounds really easy, but many people forget to, or they get too hung up on customer feedback that is specifically related to customers that don't have budget to buy. And so they're asking, what do you want? What do you need? But yet those don't tend to be things that the customers are willing to pay for. And the second big sort of mistake or gotcha that a lot of early stage companies face when they're looking for their product market fit is trying to be things to all people. And that's where that 4 actions framework becomes very useful to help you create that right value proposition that's easily understood by your target market. So we'll jump ahead now to the next the next key factor, which is your people. And I think that the quote that that we have up here from Simon Sinek is really, really important. And that's, great people don't hire skilled people and motivate them. They hire already motivated people and they inspire them. And the really great companies that improve their odds of success, they really start by focusing on creating an inspirational culture and to make sure that they tie their purpose into something that resonates not just with their customers and their investors and the other stakeholders that they have that are partners or others, but they also really their mission and their vision and the values that they have into the way that they create that culture that people want to come work for them. And a part of that is also making sure that you have a really, really great, sensible people strategy and budget. It's expensive for people, and it's usually the number one expense on an early stage company's budget is their personnel. Making sure you understand and that you're accurate, you have enough budget to hire the right people becomes critical, and then making sure that you've got that right leadership team in place. And we'll dive into that in a minute, but a leadership team that also then puts their people in a position to succeed and to contribute. So instead of taking a traditional sort of command structure, recognizing, understanding, and empowering your people to do the things that you're hiring them for becomes really critical, because there are so many things that need to be done in the early stages of a company that the core leadership team just doesn't have enough time and energy and resources to do all that themselves. They need to rely on other people as well. On the leadership front, this is the key, most important things that investors look for is that your senior management team is talented, that you cover the right levels of industry knowledge and experience and relationships that you have across whatever industry that you're going in, both from whatever your core competency and technical technical prowess is, but also from the other side of that, which becomes both the tech side and the business side. But in addition, having a strong advisory board, not just with the right with the type of people, but the right type of people that really can help you focus on expanding your business around the key critical success areas that you need, is really important, and it becomes really meaningful to help drive your valuation and the investment dollars that your investors are looking to put into your company. And structuring that advisory board to get results is another really important thing. And we see that those folks that put it together an advisory board or a board of directors, and then they run and manage that with monthly meetings, items that come out of that meeting, and direct asks from the board. Those are companies that get far more or have far more success than those that are trying to do it all on their own. And that board of directors or advisory board can become an extension of your own business, and they can help you in those core things that you're doing in the early stage, which is really about product development, business development, And then the investment, development or the capital raising component of what you're trying to do. And then also, naturally, you need to build a talented team that goes beyond just what your core leadership team is, and to making sure that the talent that you pull in, you have that appropriate strategy to acquire, develop, and retain not just people that can do the job you have to do, but also that can really focus on helping become a core component as you start to grow and scale. And when you dive a little bit further in there, I think a big part of that is connecting that inspirational culture with whatever purpose and whatever your why is. And some mistakes that we see early stage company leaders make is they often get focused on moving too quickly, not having that right strategy in place and the plan to acquire people, or they get too focused on the hiring as quickly as you can, bringing in friends and family, and doing so at a low cost. And obviously, with budget constraints, you always have some level of budget that you need to adhere. But finding those right people that are great, that are motivated and inspired, and have the right background and the qualifications to help you grow and scale over time is just really a underrated part of that process. So we'll jump ahead to the next part here, which is something that to a lot of people can be somewhat controversial, in that a lot of founders or even venture capitalists think that we need to be focused just on getting the product out the door and growing it at all costs in the early stages, spending a lot of time on testing. But what we found with the successful companies that move beyond the early stage and into some sort of further point up to growth is they really focus on solving the right problems and doing so in the right order, and that they concentrate on really a handful of key operating systems right straight away. And number one is product development. It's really easy to put a list of here's all the features you need into a backlog, run some sort of a Scrum or sprint process, and off we go, and we iterate over a period of time. But without the right sort of product development process in place, you end up in a whole host of wasted cycles along the way, and not thinking how you can continue to start with a process, but iterate and improve on that process over time, limits your ability to to deliver the functionality according to the timelines that are necessary, which often can get in the way of having that product that's ready to sell at the point that you need to, so that you can hit whatever your numbers and your expectations are and generate the cash flow you need to survive, and also to to bring in the investors that you need. And so we found that the product development cycle, number one. Number two, your growth or your business development or your client acquisition system. And thirdly, with the weight being much more heavily weighted to product development and growth, and really the first year to two of existence becoming more important, but also keeping an eye on having a smart, continuous process improvement mindset around internal operations, leads to far better results for early stage companies. Then we get into intellectual property, and this is one of the things that many early stage companies either overweighted substantially, or they weighted it and did not place a weighting when I was a corporate buyer. They didn't have a philosophy and a strategy a written strategy of what they wanted to do around their intellectual property to protect the technology and all the trade secrets that they have. And there's really 4 primary ways to do that. But what's more important than than spending a lot of time, energy, and money to protect your intellectual property is having a thoughtful strategy in place that you can use over and over again to help your investors understand that there's a lot more to what your company is than just the growth rate that's going to come out of selling more units once that investment is made and once the business development process starts working and once that system for selling and new business is implemented and scaled. Having a great process. One of the companies we worked with in the last year, this helped them with their $10 million seed round because they had trademarks and patents in place that a lot of big firms, including Google and Amazon and a number of others, were violating. And so the revenue stream that they could build by selling to a strategic acquirer or getting investments from a strategic buyer actually was their number one source of sales and potential revenue for the next 3 years going forward. So in other words, it became a call option that helped them generate or over double the amount of revenue that they had for the right firm that had a good intellectual property legal team in place that could fight these battles that they didn't have the money to fight on their own. So they strategically made this a revenue stream as a part of their fundraising and their capital raising process. And they specifically created a fundraising process that led them away from your traditional venture capital market into the corporate VC market, so that their investors, their core investors, were people that had an embedded competitive reason to want to license out that product and make money off of that revenue stream. And then the fifth, and by no means the least of the levers that are that investors look for, are the financials. And with financials, every early stage company is at a different place, and there's different investment themes that you can have depending on where you are and what the value is of the technology that you're producing. But ultimately, in the long run, companies are investing in you to make money. And so as a part of that, they want to make sure that you're good financial stewards of the capital that they're investing you with. And so having a way that you manage your burn effectively and that you're ahead of your budget and your projections along the way, both from making sure that you are conservative with your spending and your hiring as you build up to the extent that it makes sense, but also to being able to put those processes in place to create consistent, predictable revenue and profitability are really critical in the success of building trust and confidence in the investment community. And one of the things that really harms early stage companies more than they can ever imagine is when they have really, really aggressive growth goals and they're 6 to 12 to 18 months behind them continuously, because investors are going to get the same decks and the same projections over and over again. And they do compare those decks that they've had. They do pay attention to all the pivots that early stage companies make. And intelligent pivots make sense. There are often reasons why we miss projections, particularly in the early stages of companies, because there's just so many unknowns along the way. And even the unknown knowns sometimes a little bit longer than what we predict to work those out. But the best source of credibility comes to the investment community comes from making sure that you're on pace with whatever projections, financial projections that you're providing to the investment community. And there's no better way to generate that capital raising process and to do so at a much higher valuation than to make sure your financials are in order. Naturally, that gets into managing cash flow militantly to make sure that you have several months of available along the way at all times, and that any fundraising activities are ahead of what those needs are sufficiently, and that you're really working hard to bring those in months and months in advance of getting too tight with your cash flow. But then it's also about leveraging all cash sources. It can be grants. There's also research and development grants that or tax credits and deductions that a lot of people don't make appropriate use of. But making sure that you're really thoughtful about the ways that you are able to both bring in the funding that you need, but also to manage that on an ongoing basis. And so, what is the real secret to managing your valuation? Well, it really comes down to recognizing and understanding that investors are one of your core customers. When you're looking for investment dollars and funding, you need to pitch with the investor's perspective in mind. And you need to be very, very thoughtful about how all of these levers play into valuation, and to make sure that the storyline that you have shows the investment community that you're trustworthy and you're credible and you're going to hit your numbers. But also that your plan of attack of how to get there, and the way that you're managing all of these different sides of the same coin, the product market fit, the people management processes, the operating system putting in place, the intellectual property that you're developing, protecting, and controlling, and then also the way that you manage your financials is done in a thoughtful, pragmatic approach. And the investment community, at least those that have been in the game for a long time, they recognize you're not going to get it all right out of the gate. But having a process by which you plan, execute, and debrief on a quarterly basis and create new plans in place and have those available to help show the logical, orderly, structured way that you're evolving over time and that you're creating this company that's worth way more than just the you're developing. Having that plan, execute, debrief, what's working, what's not, and what's next process goes a long way to helping show that you're the competent leaders that we know that you guys can be. So with that, I know that we've, we're a little early, intentionally so. I recognize that this is the last session of the day, but we'd like to, kind of turn this over for, for questions and, kind of a recap. It's all about the product market fit, the people, the operating systems, the intellectual property, and the financials, having a good, thoughtful strategy and a plan of how you're going to improve all of those things with the right balance and the right resource allocation. And that over time, that you look to plan, execute, debrief, and continually iterate and do more of what's working and less of what's not. So with that, we'll open it up for questions. Hey, Adam, I think you're on mute again, friend. We're all falling for that one today.
I know, right? Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
All right, excellent. What I really enjoyed about your presentation is the emphasis on processes and systems. And it seems to me, and it almost becomes a recurring theme, projects or perhaps even companies that fall by the wayside, startups and let's say beyond, it seems like some of that can actually be attributed to a lack of processes or a lack of appreciation for processes. In my opinion, I think if you have processes and you have systems, I think it lowers the anxiety of the team. Goals are very clear. And I think when goals are clear, they're more achievable. It actually manages expectations, I think, for the boss and for the employee. And, I think, and this might be formulaic, a lot of times I think when people join companies, they're just kind of handed a big onboarding manual and it's like, hey, happy hunting, go to town. But it perhaps does not provide enough context for everything involved. And especially in a startup where there is a lot of chaos, there's a lot of uncertainty. So in many ways, there's almost a greater need for that clear delineation of such aspects and of such roles. And I often encounter this. It seems to me, whether it's like NFTs, maybe metaverse projects or some DApp projects, and it's unfortunately almost become an archetype. You have a team that's very passionate and energetic about an idea, and it may very well be a great, excellent idea. And then you see the smaller details get ignored because everybody kind of wants to do what they like to do per se versus kind of what needs to get done. And I feel it's kind of almost like eating dinner. Eat your dinner first, then go for dessert, not the other way around.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Adam. And just to add some context to what you're saying, we're a special situations consulting firm. So about a third of our work is with startups, but 2/3 of our work is kind of split almost evenly with more mature scaling or growing companies or business positions. So think of privately held businesses that have been working for a long time, but they're owned by the management team that's been in place for 30 years, and they have some level of maturity, but it's still really structured and run and operated like a practice or like a startup, and you have to create more of those systems. So the common theme here of in the corporate world and where I grew this philosophy and the methodologies that I put together here, it really comes down to an analysis of where you are now, where you want to go, and how do you get there. It's very, very basic sort of project management but really diving in and analyzing where you're at. And one of the key things about startups that is it's the double-edged sword of being a startup is you have a blank piece of white paper to start from. And you have this ability to create whatever magnificent masterpiece you want to create. But the fact that you don't have anything in place, it leads to that anxiety that you're talking about and the challenges to get where you need to go. And by focusing a good amount of time and energy of putting some of the structure and systems, not getting it perfect because you still need the flexibility to move around and evolve what you don't know. But the way I like
the time's right.
Yeah, but the way I like to think about it is this is like putting bumpers on the bowling lanes for a novice bowler that's going out the first time. You have to have that a little bit of structure and order to make it to build that momentum and to reduce that anxiety and allow people to focus on hitting whatever those early stage goals are that you have, which are almost always about hitting your MVP and product development and having a little bit of order and structure of how you can get there and move more quickly. It's about that first part of the pipeline and the infrastructure in place and the team and your marketing, like Craig was talking about, getting into that marketing component and that sales component. And then the third component that is most critical during those times is whatever your capital raise, a strategy and process as well. And too many people get lost in exactly what you're saying. Either there's too much chaos and ambiguity that they can't focus, or they focus on what they like and what they love rather than what needs to be done to achieve the goals necessary to survive and then move into that thriving, sort of part of the business. And being thoughtful of how you do this, spending enough time to put those bumpers on the bowling alley so that you move from that survive mode to thrive mode instead of dying is really important. And it balance not to over architect or over engineer things at this phase, but having those, those guardrails becomes a much, it increases your odds of success tremendously.
Right. And with startups in particular, it's often, a very, you could say, passionate, charismatic team, but either with either symmetrical or asymmetrical personalities, for lack of a better word. So if, let's say, you're consulting and you're troubleshooting what's going on at a startup, and what if let's say the obstacle is ego versus, let's say maybe practical knowledge and, let's say creating a system, like, is there a way to, deal with that? I mean, there's plenty of, both success and horror stories out there among, co-founders of teams, and who thought of what first and who did what first. And, it ends up kind of sinking the ship, so to say. I was wondering if you had any experience dealing and trying to kind of, navigate those waters.
A ton of it. And the best advice that I've had, and where I've seen it work the most with our clients and with others that we're close to in some way, is by having a strong board in place and having the founding team that really understands and recognizes the importance of finding additive advisors. And it's a hard thing to do, Adam. It's hard to find people that are going to, take a small amount of equity or small amount of payment in the early stages when that's all you have. Or if they are willing to do it, it's hard to find people that have the skill sets you need. But what we recommend to companies that are going for any substantial round of funding is to make sure that they spend as much time putting together their plan and executing the recruitment of board members that they want and need as they do for the team of people, number one. Number two, having a very, very orderly, structured process for making sure that those meetings are managed in an effective way, just like you would manage any sort of board level meeting at any Fortune 100 company. Here's our agenda. Here's our critical success factors and things that we're going after. Here's our opportunities. Here's our weaknesses, opportunities and our threats and the trends in the market. And here's what we can bite off and how we can really achieve that. And really focusing those around those three core components, Adam, that I mentioned before.
Yes.
Product development and innovation, and having people that are really good at that, including technology and software development knowledge and experience. The whole business development or the client acquisition process. So somebody that's really good, that's been there and done that with both startups and go-to-market companies and has really good relationships that can help open those doors. And the third component then is that capital raising process. Having folks that are really comfortable, have the right relationships, know what your deck needs to look like to fundraise. And I'm not talking about making it pretty from design. It's about having your strategy and plan and a storyline that is sellable to the investment community, but making sure that then is managed in a thoughtful, pragmatic way, and that there's rewards and consequences for achieving success with that for that board. It goes a long way to building up credibility with the investment community.
Very well said. And it is, abundantly clear you've created a very well-oiled machine and process, as explained in your presentation. And kind of going on a higher note, what were some of the greatest successes you've experienced with, various startups you've, you could say, troubleshooted, diagnosed, and, remedied?
Yeah. So, there's really a couple that are in substantially varied ways here. And one of which is a company that got about $15 or $20 million in funding for a group that includes Mark Cuban. That was the implementation of this board process, was the sort of the key component that we helped them put in place. And so this was a team of people that all, the management team was very seasoned and skilled, 25 year veterans at all of the key roles. But what they had never done is they had never gone forward in understanding how to put together that board meeting and board process to both get the most out of their investors from a strategic sense of how they could help, but also they just didn't know how to organize what information they wanted and how that would then be perceived. So by us putting together this process, the board, which consisted of a private equity, a couple private equity firms, and then some of the key early investors in the company, they actually came back and said that this was the most prepared company that they had ever dealt with from the beginning of the process, and that usually it takes them 3 to 6 months to even work out of that. And on day one, they were ready to implement and to move forward. The second key component was a healthcare company, an urgent care, primary care facility here. I'm in the Chicago area, and it was a former emergency room chief of emergency medicine at one of the large Chicago hospitals on his own, just because he was frustrated by the bureaucracy of this big university-driven system. And he wanted to create this really, really innovative model in the middle. And what we were able to do is help him grow from $400,000 in top-line revenue, losing about $100,000 per year, and being on the brink of having to go back into working in an emergency room again. And within 4 years, we grew that to a $10 million per year revenue company that had a half dozen locations. And now, since in the years since we've gone a different direction, they now have about 15 or 20 different locations here in the Chicago area. But we help set them up for success by following this model along the way, and really focusing on those things that we're going to increase their valuation, not just on growth from a revenue perspective, but also from the metrics and the items that were going to be important to the investment community, which also helped them get better bank financing for all of the property that they've had to purchase to build out all this expansion that they've gone through. So those are just two kind of very different examples of things that we do that to help out early stage companies and to get over whatever those hurdles or bottlenecks that they face along the way.
Wow. And by the way, what a positive note to end on. I think in many ways you've almost created a Magna Carta of setting up at least as best as one can, your greatest probability of success when beginning your startup. So Erik, I have to say, thank you very much for coming on today. Thank you very much for getting into the weeds about all of this. This is very, very informative, very, very enlightening. I think I could speak for, the other speakers in the audience. This was extremely enlightening, and I very much appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. And, I really appreciate that you and Andrei had me on today. It's really fun to, share some of the things that are so important for all of us to have the success that we want. And I really recognize and appreciate the risks that founders take. And if there's any way that I can assist anybody, just let me know.
Much appreciated, Erik. Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Thanks a lot. You too. And now Javy and I will proceed to the final word and ending remarks. So Javy, what do you think? What a day, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, information overload, but in a good way. There at one point I had to kind of just stop writing things and just try and memorize everything. And I have to go back on the videos to watch. But yeah, wow, what a way to start the summit. So can't wait for tomorrow. Definitely set the bar high.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think this is a novel idea, but I truly do believe the two most valuable assets in life are time and information. So I would say for those who participated in today's event, absolutely use both their time in the best way possible and also acquired a wealth of information that is not easily or conveniently available. If this is something where, let's say hypothetically, this person is green and just starting out in business, there may be too much information to know where to start a lot of times. And having these summits and having these conferences are a very time efficient and engaging way to really unpack these ideas, these bits of information and strategies in a very reasonable way. 5 hours, let's say that this event was, to actually go out and let's say do self-research on some. By the way, I have absolutely no problem with that. But imagine if you have no context for tech or business or any of this, it's a lot to figure out where to start. There's so much going on as far as creating the product, the service, the MVP, setting up the company. Do you use an LLC? Do you use an S corporation? And all these other things. So having the, I guess you could say, having the advantage and having the pleasure of having speakers like this come today, these are the things that make the next wave of successful entrepreneurs reach their dreams and do some genuine good in the world.
No, I mean, that was very well said. And something I like to add to what you just said was, I think overall, like, back to your 2 points of like time and education. I think the difference between people that succeed and people that are, labeled successful, and even like speakers that are on our stages right now, like the difference between them and the audience is just that specialized knowledge, right? It's not like this like proprietary, like secretive knowledge, like all this information.
It's always those small details a lot of times,
100%. And when you have speakers who are industry vets who've been there and done that and can come in and kind of allow you to kind of skip over all the mistakes that they've done. Because I truly believe there's two ways of learning. There's learning by you doing it or watching other people do it and then you doing it, better. So overall, I think, that specialized knowledge that we learn. I mean, like I've co-hosted this 4 times, and every single event I've learned more and more. And it's just like, I feel like I can almost write a book about all the different speakers that have come up and talked about the different topics. I'm very appreciative. I'm someone that loves to learn, and, one thing, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Troy. I think speakers that do a really good job, which I feel like everyone today did, is you can find a way to educate the audience, but also entertain them, so creating educating content and entertaining experience while adding value to your personal and business life, I think is huge, right? Because we're all sitting at home, right? I mean, to invest our time to be here, right? Not only us, but the speakers as well, right? I think, I can speak for everyone, very appreciative. It's mutually beneficial for everyone involved. And hopefully we can get the audience a little bit more engaged for day 2.
Absolutely. So I guess without further ado, that concludes day 1 of our event today. So
thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time.
Yep. See you all tomorrow.
Thanks.